Well, good morning, internet fans and broadcast fans in general. It is Dave Middleton here, along with Robin Woods, and, well, it's that time again. It is time for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, the 2021 edition. And we are coming to you live from the Port Elgin Missionary Church. It's been the home of Pumpkinfest for a few years now. We used to be outdoors, well, I guess.
With a tent?
Yeah, technically in the big tent. That was located up by the high school, but a few years back we moved in here to the missionary church.
And thank you to the church for letting us come in here.
Well, yeah, with everything that's going on with COVID, this event has really, I'm going to say, evolved kind of on a daily basis, really. And
well, we all know the COVID restrictions, they change on a daily basis, so you can imagine the committee trying to plan an event. Anybody who is doing a wedding will know the same feeling that you don't know what it's going to be when we get there, but I think they've done a great job. A nice mix of what we had to do last year, which was all virtual, and starting to bring in some of those things that people love about Pumpkinfest so that some people can come and see us this time. Not in here,
no,
but out there.
And we certainly hope that you will. So if you're within a couple hours of Port Elgin, by all means, come and join us on the site. Now, it's going to look a little bit different for people. You and I both have a couple of classic cars. They're in the actual static car show, which is happening today, about a street over from us.
On Main Street.
Main Street, or Highway 21 that goes through the middle of Port Elgin. We even saw a difference coming in today. And you, people who want to attend this, will see the same kind of difference. For example, you don't have to pay.
No, it is by donation, and a lot of fencing, which caught us this morning, but you basically either come in off Gustavus Street, so those are the only two places you can come in. You don't have to come in one and go out the other or anything like that. It is by donation, but we've got vendors here. We've got big screens outside so you can see what is going on in here, and then wander downtown, see all the cars, and partake in the Midway. The Midway is here. Yeah, everybody's loving that.
So apparently the person, and I don't know his name, the guy that's operating, we have a new Ferris wheel that's here at the
kind
event.
of thing, the one that the closed-in buckets.
But it doesn't stay stable as you go. It spins. So the bucket spins and the Ferris wheel spins, and we've heard merely a rumor that the guy operating that has one desire, and that's to make somebody sick during the day.
Well, you know, it must be boring just turning it on and off. He's got to have some fun somehow.
So that's just one of the many things. You're going to come onto the site. There's a parking lot where you're going to see the big screen, and I'm going to assume we're on the big screen right now.
I do believe there's one over by the vendors. I think there's another one that's over by the Queens, so which is where you can have some food. Picnic tables are out.
And that's how you're actually going to be able to participate in the Way-Off today. So in the past, we've been able to get 1,000 to 1,500 people here in the venue, and it was
coming and going.
The energy was beyond belief. It's going to be beyond belief again today. It's just a completely different energy. So you're going to get to experience this on the big screens. You're going to be able to see the giant pumpkins and the giant squash, which are coming in and out of the building. So you'll be able to see them actually when you're taking part in any of the rides or anything like that. So you're still going to get to see all this stuff. You just don't get to physically come into the building for the purpose of the Way-Off.
But still a lot of other great things going on. When you're in the car show, we got the Lions Club over in Coulter Parkette, some live entertainment, some great food. Make sure you come here. It's still Pumpkinfest. Today or tomorrow, would love to see you.
So before we go any further, it is a tradition here at Pumpkinfest to kick off this event with a very special group of people from our area. They have represented this area at many different events. They've gone to Canada Day celebration in Ottawa. We are so proud of this group, and we love having them kick off Pumpkinfest every year. So wherever you are watching right now, if you're in the parking lot watching on the big screen, you're at home in your living room, or you've invited a bunch of friends over for breakfast to start with Pumpkinfest, we're going to ask you to please stand and join our very special group, the Chantry Singers, with our national anthem.
So we introduce the dignitaries, and then I'll go over there.
There they are, ladies and gentlemen, the Chantry Singers. Thank you very much. Even though it had to be virtual, it's not Pumpkinfest without the Chantry Singers.
Absolutely not. Because of COVID, there are some things that we need to remind everybody that masks, of course, we do not have them because we're related. We are in each other's bubble, as it were.
Yes, we are each other's bubble for about the last 35 years. So we're not going to be wearing them, and we'll make sure that we are properly social distanced from growers or from anyone that we interview. But if you are coming to the site, you do need to be masked,
yes,
because there's no way to guarantee 6-foot spacing anywhere.
We want everybody to stay healthy and just have some fun. So have the mask with you, and I guess away we'll go.
Yeah. Wait, so Robin's job is going to be, you got to talk to the growers and do a few interviews as we go through it.
As they're babies, as they are, what they have grown are being loaded with the loaders. They will come over to me and we'll have a chat. It has been not only challenging with COVID, but it was a challenging growing year as well.
Yeah.
However, we have got some fan favorites, people who come every year, whether they had a big pumpkin or not. Some have bigger other things, and there's a big pumpkin and a big squash out there already, a number of them actually, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. But they'll talk to me first while it's getting loaded, and then once it's over on the weigh scale, they'll come and talk to you.
So we've got the fan favorites. Quebec will be represented today.
Well,
Englehart. Oh, Jeff didn't have a good year. He lost 3 big pumpkins, but he comes to Pumpkinfest.
he says he's got a gourd, longest gourd he has ever grown. So
exactly.
there are many other things beside pumpkins and squash that we will be looking at today.
All right, so you go over there.
All right, I'll go over there.
Robin's going
He's
over
kicking me
there.
out.
Well, she goes over there. Hey, we thank you so much for joining us. Whether you're in Port Elgin and area, you're in Grey Bruce County, you're in the province of Ontario, or you're somewhere worldwide, thank you very much for joining us for Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. We have a lot of people that also want to say thank you and welcome for attending, whether you're going to attend virtually or in person today. So we have several dignitaries that are now virtually going to say welcome to Pumpkin Fest.
Welcome to Pumpkinfest 2021. We welcome you and hope you enjoy this weekend as much as we've enjoyed putting it together for you. In our 30-year history, we've always had a group of dedicated, strong volunteers, community-minded people that have worked very hard, and this year was no different. We look forward to seeing you this year live at our vendors market, Kids Midway, and food court, both Saturday and Sunday. Of course, Main Street Saturday this year returning is our car show. It's a great opportunity to get down and see the cars on Saturday in the afternoon. On Sunday, of course, our car show is going to the fall tour, and it's going to be running down throughout our beautiful countryside. One of the most important things this year is a chance to visit us at our market for our Jumbotron. It'll give you the experience to enjoy not only our car show on Sunday, but on Saturday, our live Way Off Grower event. This is an opportunity to enjoy and appreciate the hard work that all of our growers put into producing these giant vegetables. Again, I want to thank all of our volunteers that we could never put this on without. And again, our sponsors, because without you guys, we'd never be able to put this on. Again, thank you for attending, and I hope that everyone enjoys Pumpkinfest.
Hello everyone, my name is Lisa Thompson, and I'm honored to represent the riding of Huron-Bruce at Queen's Park. And I bring greetings on behalf of the province of Ontario, and I wish you the very best for a successful Pumpkinfest weekend. And while I may not spit seeds, I wanted to share with you today that we very much enjoy growing pumpkin seeds on our farm. And it's in that spirit that I want to thank the organizing committee for celebrating the very best of the fall season in Saugeen Shores. And have a wonderful Pumpkinfest 2021.
Hi, I'm Luke Charbonneau, Mayor of the town of Saugeen Shores, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Port Elgin Pumpkinfest 2021. This year, the outstanding volunteers who make this event possible every year have done incredible work to give us the best of both worlds. A pumpkin fest that works in the pandemic reality that we're living in, but still brings you the outstanding things that you've come to enjoy about Pumpkinfest. The midway, the car show, and of course, the giant pumpkins. And I want to say on behalf of the town of Saugeen Shores, a huge thank you to those volunteers who make this great event work in our community every year. And I want to say a huge thank you to you, the folks who come to enjoy Pumpkinfest every year. We couldn't have this great event without you. So welcome to Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Welcome to Port Elgin. Welcome to the town of Saugeen Shores. We know that you're going to enjoy your time at this event and in our wonderful community. We look forward to seeing you around the event this year, and we look forward to seeing you back in our community in the future. Have a great time.
Hey, thank you to all of our special officials for welcoming folks to the event today, our dignitaries. We certainly appreciate that. That last one sounded like Mayor Luke, wasn't it? I think it was Mayor Luke. Mayor Luke actually has been here as a part of Pumpkinfest long before he was a mayor. He helps with the Way Off, so you'll get a chance to see him in action periodically throughout the day today. You may be able to hear it. They're starting to now start the forklifts and get things moved into the facility here at the Port Elgin Missionary Church. So we are literally just a couple of minutes away from the start of the Way Off portion, which will happen here at the weigh scale. I don't dare get on that thing. I could tell you what I weigh. We tried that yesterday. But we've got Robin Woods with us. She's located about 20 feet that way. She is our person that'll be doing some interviews throughout the day today. And we've been here, I think this is my 26th year for Pumpkinfest. And I am really sure that these people have been here a lot longer than I have. So Robin, you're going to introduce people to the judges for this event. They have the most important job here.
Well, they do, and they do it very well. That's why they've been doing it for so long. I think we've been, it's more than 26, 27, 28. We're getting up there. However, Paul has been here a lot longer than that. He is our official judge. You will see him looking at the pumpkins and the squash as they come in. He will check the bottom. You'll do a lot of, how long have you been doing this? Not going to talk about that. All right. So what is it that you will be doing?
So when the either the squash or the pumpkin come in. First of all, it's determined whether it is a squash or pumpkin, and there are color guidelines. So if there's any green on the specimen at all, that's automatically a squash. So then once we officially determine what it is, then I do check, as Robin said, check to make sure the specimen is sound. There cannot be any holes or soft spots in it. Otherwise, it's disqualified. Yes. So I do check the specimen for to make sure it is sound. The other thing I'll be doing is if the stem needs trimmed, I will cut that off to within 1 inch of the main stem that goes into the pumpkin. Once that is all done, then the specimen is set on the scales and we get the official weight for it.
So there's a lot to it, and you might be very busy because it was a very wet season. A lot of growers did have trouble with rot, so you'll have to be looking closely.
Yes.
So thank you, Paul.
Okay.
You're going to be a very busy guy today.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you. We have a growers association. You will hear throughout the day, and if you've been with Pumpkinfest before, that all of these growers are a member of the Growers Association, at least you hope to, and they share a lot of information. They show, they talk about different things. What do you do with the Growers Association?
Well, sometimes the rules change a little bit, and we have input into that. We had maybe a dispute last year. It wasn't really a dispute, I guess, but some of the pumpkins that I look after were not true. They get crossed with other vegetables, and so therefore the rules were changed to allow give me better direction on how to judge these things.
Yeah, we were talking to one of the growers because squash, as you will see in the leaderboard, do not get as big as pumpkins. So they've been starting to cross a little bit.
They do.
And that becomes difficult for the judges.
It does, and if we don't have rules to follow, it makes our job really hard to do.
That's right. So they, you take care of that, and throughout the year, you guys talk different strategies, you keep in touch on how the growing season is going and that kind of thing. Is it hard to become a part of the Growers Association?
Not really, no. It's an interesting thing to do, to follow the growers as they're growing their different things they are growing, and like the gourds and tomatoes and that is it just keeps us interested in our little profession we have here. Like for me, I judge other fall fairs that where we don't maybe judge the weights the same as we do at Pumpkinfest, but we judge the quality of the product, and so therefore it carries over here because we still have to have a quality entry, but we're also judging the weight of it.
Right. And if people don't know, this is, Pumpkinfest is a little different because of being a part of a grander organization, which is still the world.
It's a worldwide thing.
Yes.
And so they're trying to make the rules uniform in Europe and in North America. They're the main, I guess, growers where they come from. But to get a world record, we have to have the rules that are uniform all over. Yes.
Which was done this year.
Yes, it was.
Wow,
and I
I
remember
hope
getting
you've seen the video from Italy.
a packet in the mail that I got a little while ago about the rule changes of some of the things that I judge.
Right. So do you judge that you look at them before Paul gets to them?
Well, I'm judging everything that Paul doesn't.
Oh, you get the
I
other
get
things,
all the other things.
the littler things. some of
Well,
them.
let's just say they're not little when you look at sunflowers that are 25 feet high.
That's right.
If anybody has been watching the national news, you might see a sunflower a couple months ago that was 23 feet high. I expect it to be here, and I'm interested to see how much more it grew. Because I have a 25-foot tape, and if it's over that,
You're
I
gonna have
have
to
to
get a new
add a
tape.
little bit to the end of it.
Yeah, and they bring everything, gourds, tomatoes,
Yeah,
corn
and-
stalks.
I think this being the year it was in Western Ontario anyway, with the rain we got and the hot weather, our entries are going to be a little larger than they were last year. I hope. We will wait and see.
That's right. Well, you're going to have a busy day. I see a lot of things that have been
They
out
are
there.
starting to come in.
So gear up and let's get ready to go. Thank
Ready.
you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Robin. Appreciate it. We want to say also a big thank you to the folks from CTRE. That's the production group that's doing all of this for us. So we have the lights, and we have the monitors, and we have the cameras. And I worked with you guys last year, as did Robin, and also did some work with this organization at a racetrack this year. You guys are so easy to work with, so thank you very much for everything that you're doing, both here in the venue and in the truck right now. If you can leave audio up, because now that the things are moving, I can't really hear Robin, and trust me, I have to listen to her at home all the time. I don't need to listen to her all the time here, but you know, it's apparently. Don't forget too, you can Robin Woods on 97.9 The Bruce in the middle of the day, and she's got a very special show called School of Rocks, but we'll talk more about that later on. So we have so many things that will be happening here at Pumpkinfest, virtually and live. So we want to remind you, we've got the talent show. You're going to be able to see videos of different bands throughout the day today. We're going to have the celebrity seed spitting. I think Robin participated in that virtually once again, so we'll be able to show you celebrity seed spitting, which in person is a very messy event, but on virtually, you have very little danger in your own living room. We've got the car show, Cinderella's Carriage Classic Car Show. Today, virtually, you can visit the car show online. You can also visit it in person here on site. It's actually one street away. I don't know how many vehicles were pre-registered, around 200, I think. Our two cars are there, so we have a 73 Bug and a 69 Pontiac Parisienne, better known as the Banana Boat. Get down there, check out the car show, so if you're classic car show fans, virtually and live today, and then we have a traveling car show tomorrow. The whole event is by donation today, so it used to be an admission price. There's just no way we could get everything together as quickly as we needed to this year. So when you arrive here at the Pumpkinfest site, if you think you can make a donation, we would really appreciate that, because it does take a considerable amount of money to keep this event going. And of course, bingo. This is a giant bingo event. And you can get bingo cards at many different retailers in the community. I don't remember, Pizza Delight's one of them. They're all over the place anyway. So we're going to talk more about bingo here as well. So get on the website, pumpkinfest.org. Search all over the website. It's got the leaderboard on it. It's got the virtual car show. Of course, most of you have probably signed into the broadcast through that as well. Got to say hi to those of you that are watching from all over Ontario. I know we have Graham and Grandpa watching in Thunder Bay. We have Tracy watching, I think, in Midland. I believe, so our oldest son, Tyler, and Kara and Addie and Blakely are at our house here in Port Elgin, but they'll be coming down to the site shortly. I know my dad and Robin in Leamington, they're watching, and they usually bring a whole bunch of people from their condo building in to watch it as well, so hi to you. We got people from Englehart. This is an international broadcast too, though, so last year we had tens of thousands of people watching this broadcast. Thank you very much for doing that, but because you're not here and because you're watching the broadcast, you might not be clicking on the car show, so why don't we take a quick look at a few of the cars that you would be able to see in person here at Pumpkinfest today. And there you go. That's just a few of the cards that you would be able to see in person. But remember, you can check them out virtually for this event as well. So click on that link. And I believe by liking a car, you're actually voting for it to be the fan's choice. There are a few awards that are going to be given away as a part of the car show here. It's not why people do the car show, but while you're going through the virtual part of the car show, make sure you click on a car, like a car, and that'll be an extra way for you to have some fun. I believe I see, if he can you get his attention? He's a politician. They don't pay attention that much. We have had a crazy couple of weeks or a month, I guess, in this community, Port Elgin and area. We started calling them Tornado Tuesdays. We had one day where we had a huge downdraft. We are right next to Lake Huron, literally where we're standing a kilometer from Lake Huron. We had a really bad storm move in, took down a bunch of trees, some buildings, took a roof off of a building. So we had quite a bit of damage, and then apparently a little further to the south of us, the tornado actually hit the ground. Then the next weekend we had threats of that again. It has affected some of the growers, but it's affected the life of this guy, Robin. This guy, the mayor of Saugeen Shores, I'm sure has been kind of busy. So let's have a quick chat live. You saw him virtually. This is what he looks like live. I don't know if he shaved in the video because we didn't see it, but he hasn't shaved.
Farms, you will have experienced on a bit of a smaller scale, kind of.
Yeah, much smaller.
You've got a lot of things, a lot of fields going, but what you grow is a little bit smaller. But still, you probably had some challenges this year, as well as Dave was talking about our Tornado Tuesdays. But then it was a lot of rain, and then it got really hot. How did it affect you?
It was actually in the end it was a pretty good growing year here. It was dry to start, and so we were doing a lot of irrigating. But through July and August we had a lot of rain. It was pretty timely rain, and so that got the crops going all right. So we've got a lot of nice pumpkins. No 2,000-pound pumpkins. Most of them are more in the 20-pound range, but a lot of nice pumpkins. And yeah, so we had a good year. The tornado was a bit of or the downburst, I guess what we had here, whatever. But whatever it was a bad storm, and so that was a bit of a wrench in the works. And we, knock on wood, we did okay at the farm as a result of that. But it did a lot of damage across our community. And
I think there's still in some areas.
Sure.
Hydro One is still trying to clean up all the trees and everything.
That's right, and we still have we have damaged businesses, and we have our harbor took a lot of damage, which hasn't been repaired yet, and a lot of trees down on people's houses and stuff. So it was a pretty bad storm for sure, and it was difficult for farmers in our region. A lot of hail damage,
yes,
very widespread. Worst, probably some of the worst hail damage that I've ever seen in our region. So it's been that September has been a tough September for a lot of farmers in our community and communities around here. So yeah, it's been just like every year. It's been a tough year. That's right. When you're a farmer, you look at the sky and whatever's coming at you, you take and you try to make it work. But it's had its ups and downs for sure. It'll be interesting to see today what that means for people growing giant pumpkins.
Absolutely. It's nice that I know the committee, as I mentioned earlier, had a very stressful time because they're trying to plan an event for the first weekend in October, not knowing what COVID regulations were going to be like when we got here. But so glad that we are able to get it going because it means so much to this community and to a lot of people. I know in our house, our kids, there was Christmas, there was their birthdays, there was Pumpkinfest. It is a big event.
They had the midway running last night.
They got here early.
And so I brought my sons up. Usually I'm doing this, so I'm not able to get my sons to the midway, so we came up last night and they were so happy to go ride the Ferris wheel and do that stuff. They were so happy. So it's great to be back to, it's not totally normal around here, but it's a little more normal. And for guys like that, little guys and girls, that makes a huge difference to have stuff going on in your community and to be able to get out and have fun. And so I was, it's great, and I'm hoping it's beautiful. I see the sun shining out there. And
that was a nice change.
So we're going to have a nice day here. Lots of people, I hope, and I hope they have a lot of fun. I know they're going to have a lot of fun, and we got to say thanks to the folks who organize this event every year, because like you say, to pivot and make it happen, is such a huge challenge. Most people don't know how big a challenge that is and has been. So we got to say thanks to Joanne and Connie and and their whole team, because they've, they made it happen. And
Thinking outside the box,
Thank
having to this year figure out the large screens that are outside.
Yeah.
Since we're not having the public in here, but you can watch what is going on out there, so they had to figure that out. And yes, it's going to be a whole lot of fun, so make sure that you join us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Luke.
My pleasure, Robin. We'll see you later.
Enjoy the day.
I will.
Thank you very much, Robin. This is kind of an awesome event in the standpoint that we're always kind of jumping back and forth. This is a big event for the growers. They spend the entire summer getting things grown. They come in, they'll come over here, say hi. I know we don't have a shot of it right now, but we've got 3 pumpkins and 2 squash that have been taken off of trailers and brought into the facility. So we are just literally a couple of minutes from actually getting to the way off part, which is, I don't want to say a small part of the event, because it's not, but it is just one part of an overall event that wouldn't be possible without so many people who support it financially and through in-kind donations as well. We have some crazy sponsors, and we thank them all very much for that. For example, Ontario Lottery Gaming Corporation, Bruce Telecom, an enormous sponsor of this particular event. So we have some messages from some very important sponsors, and we're going to show you just one of many things that you can do. The pumpkin patch, for example, is a really cool part of this event. So let's take a look at our sponsors for Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest.
Hey, it's the team at Bruce Telecom, and we're so happy to once again be a gold sponsor for this year's Pumpkin Fest.
Thanks to all the participants of the Bruce Telecom Harvest Star Search. We look forward to seeing all the performances each year.
And thank you so much to the Pumpkin Fest committee and all the volunteers that made this happen. We couldn't be more proud to be a part of it.
And we're back live here at Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. Again, thanks to all of our sponsors, a couple of them in particular, the folks from OLG and from Bruce Telecom.
And Bruce Power.
Bruce Power. You can't, maybe you can. I don't know if the camera shot will show it, but we do have a Bruce Power sign up here. I can't remember a year they didn't sponsor the way off area.
No, and they are responsible for the harness that we use, and I think they give us the lifts, don't they?
We'll have to check with
But they have
Anne-Marie.
definitely. We got a pumpkin kind of bit. The harness that you see, they have devised, and they've had to adjust because a few years ago, that I can remember, that a world record pumpkin was 700 pounds. Now it is not. So the harness has to be adjusted not only for the weight, but the width.
Yeah, and we saw that from the pumpkin from Italy.
Italy.
Just hold on for a sec, guys. The folks from Italy just weighed a 2,700 pound pumpkin. And if you saw the video, or you will here, because we're going to play it on the broadcast in a little while, it was enormous. Like, and we don't really, honestly, I think we're going to at least have one, if not two pumpkins today that will finally put our sight over that 2,000 pound mark. We really don't know how much bigger this thing is going to work.
But you can see when they get bigger, they tend to go in on themselves. They're nice and round like the pumpkins you have at home. They tend to start to squish, and that makes them wider. So that's an issue that is going to have to be looked at, but hopefully we'll be all right this year.
All right, so you're going to head over there?
Do I have a grower to come with me?
You do. We're going to send one over here in a
right.
minute. I believe we have our growers. If you could go with Robin. You're going to walk right in front of me, but we don't care. It's a live broadcast. There you go. And so we're going to introduce you to the growers each time they come into the facility. We're going to talk a little bit about what you're seeing, whether it's a pumpkin, whether it's a squash, anything like that. But, you know, this is the culmination of an entire summer of work. The other thing I want you to notice is that we have families. So you're going to see dads and sons and daughters and grandparents and grandchildren, and it's really a family affair. In fact, Robin, we're going to start with a family affair.
Yes, we have got the greens here. They are ready to go. Look at him nicely putting it up for me so I can see. And you're going to hear me here asking the same questions to a lot of the growers, but how their growing season went will all depend on where they are from. As you've heard, we've got some from Northern Ontario, from Southern Ontario, from Quebec. So the two of you, now, how have you been doing? Is this your first pumpkin growing?
No,
Second.
It's your second.
Second from here.
So this is your pumpkin. So who's who? You're Brian.
It's my pumpkin. I'm
and
Owen.
Owen. So how was your growing season? How
Very
did you
hot. Very hot this year.
do? You didn't get the rain?
We got a little bit of the rain recently, but in the beginning it was
really?
very hot and dry. Yes.
So you're happy with your pumpkin? What do you think?
Fairly happy. I think with a little more rain in the early season, we would have done a little better. I did water an awful lot, but not too bad. I'm happy.
There you go. Well, and they do have a system where they measure and, math, very important thing. Did you measure it? Do you have a guess?
I stopped measuring August 1st,
Okay.
so it would be a surprise today.
Nice.
I'm guessing 600, I'm hoping.
Okay. Very few real surprises in life, so that is awesome. Well, fingers crossed.
Definitely.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming to Pumpkinfest.
Thank
Glad
you.
to see you. Head on over to Dave and see how things turn out.
Over here, I'm going to get you to stand right there. And first, do you guys know if you have anybody watching at home?
Not sure.
Okay.
Might be sleeping still.
Oh, it might be sleeping still.
Yes.
What happened at your house last night that they're still sleeping? All right, so it's Brian Green and family. I'm just going to slide over this way a little bit as you get to see their proud baby pumpkin. So the way to kind of look at these, orange or orangish tinge on the pumpkin is a pumpkin. Gray or green is a squash. So we've got orange on this. We know it'll be going into the pumpkin category. What was your previous best?
787.
787. We're going to get instant look at what they weigh on the circuit scale board right behind, and it is pretty instantaneous. Now, Paul talked a little bit about his job. So his job is to get underneath the pumpkin, risk life and limb, make sure that the dirt and everything is out of there and there are no holes. If there is a hole that goes through to the interior of the pumpkin or squash, watermelon or whatever it is that we're weighing, if that hole goes through to the interior, then it's not legally weighed. But this one's good. All right. Let's try for a personal best. If it's not a personal best, you probably really don't care at this point. You do? All right. It made it to the scale. That's the first part of this. Now, there are people at home who are going to compare this to a pie pumpkin. They're not even close to the same thing. No, these are called giant Atlantic pumpkins. The seed is very different. The germination is very different. The growth pattern is very different. I don't know if we're going to have a personal best, but you have a beauty pumpkin out of this deal this year. And if we go up to the weigh scale, we're going to come in at 685.5 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, our leader in the pumpkin category. Brian, congratulations. Now, you've been in the parking lot. You've seen the other pumpkins and squash that we have here today. How do you think that's going to measure up to some of the stuff we got coming in?
I don't know, maybe fourth.
Fourth? I love the optimism that you've come here with today. Give Brian a nice round of applause. The Green family, Cayuga. So Cayuga now weighs 685.5 pounds less. In general, the community is not as big as it used to be. Thanks, guys. Go have fun. Did I see you with a really big carrot?
I did. Go over there.
All right. At some point, somebody want to grab that? Let's bring it over. Yeah, they're gonna go grab it. We've got time to do this. I want to take a look at this carrot and we'll talk about it and describe it a little bit. When we start growing these items for size, so pumpkin squash, watermelons, I saw a nice big sunflower come in a second ago. Let's take a look at this. So this is a giant carrot. Now really explain this, because it's really a kind of a bunch of carrots.
Kind of. When you grow them, you can't really...
Just go right in front of the mics. Good,
when
perfect.
you grow them, you can't really see what's happening under the surface soil. You can only see the top. So you don't really know how big it is underneath. But as you can see...
And so was this one single seed? It wasn't a bunch that grew together.
One single tiny seed.
And what was the weight?
Hasn't been weighed yet.
Okay,
so
all right.
I'm unsure.
It's
bigger, heavy, though.
bigger than any carrot somebody's going to cut for Thanksgiving.
Definitely.
I think. Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. That's the other question. We get it all the time. I know the answer. I'm not sure they do. Edible?
I've taken a bite before, and it tastes like a carrot. I don't know how much of it you can eat, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't really know till you get them apart. Some people have taken the large pumpkins and made them into pies and other things. For the most part, they're used for competitions and given to organizations to help fundraise and stuff like that. But so we're going to see carrots, and we'll probably have some pretty wicked looking tomatoes that'll come in today.
Yes.
Like I said, I just saw a sunflower come in probably 12 feet, a huge long gourd, and I'm going to guess that's Jeff Warner from Englehart. I think he brought that one down. So they're starting to arrive from all over, not just Ontario. Quebec is here as well. So thanks very much, guys, for showing us that. We appreciate it. That's the beginning. So we're started 685.5 pound pumpkin. And you're probably sitting at home right now and you're thinking, boy, that thing's huge. Excuse my English, you ain't seen nothing yet. The new world record was set. We're gonna go and we're gonna find out more about that in a little while. That's good. You guys got things set right for me. I'm just teeing it up for a little while. We're going to see that world record here very shortly, because I think it's well worth you guys seeing. But we also have, remember, a lot of entertainment that has happened beforehand, because this entire event is virtual. So you can't come to the actual weigh off. You can watch it, but you're actually going to be watching it from a parking lot across the road where there's food available and lots of fun that's happening on the site, just not here in the actual weigh-off portion itself, which is the actual Port Elgin Missionary Church, or the very first arena in this community. But there were a lot of bands that recorded things ahead of time for entertainment. So that's what this is all about. Today's going to be about family, fun, entertainment, and this band, we welcome the Jugheads to today's broadcast.
When I hear that robin sing, know it's coming on spring. Ooh, starting a new life. When I'm out there shoveling snow, working hard for my dough. Ooh, new life. We're gonna move way on down the line, yeah. Girl, been working too hard for too long a time. When I hear that robin song, you know it won't be long. Away, starting a new life. We gonna move way on down the line, yeah. Girl, been working too hard for too long a time. When I hear that robin song, no, it won't be long. Away, starting a new life. All right, Alex. We gonna move way on down the line, yeah. Girl, been working too hard for too long a time. When I hear that robin song, you know it won't be long. Away, starting a new life. Away, starting a new life. Away, starting a new life.
I love the bands. I love the music. I really wish it was live. Why? We got to figure out some way to have like a stage here in the facility, even when we get back to, I'm going to call it regular Pumpkinfest, where we have 1,000 or 1,200 people sitting here in the venue watching this live. The band could play. We got so much coming in the future. It's crazy. We've all had to adjust to COVID, but I'll tell you what people didn't have to adjust, and that's the growers. And they start young, and they get older, and they really take off when they get used to this kind of thing. I commented on the bigger sunflowers that we've seen come in, and Robin has found the owner of the sunflower.
How many years have you been coming? Do you always bring the same stuff? Are you trying to get better yourself, or you try different things? Oh, okay. So you have done both here. So you know with sunflowers you can do length, and then there's the width of the head. And you've got one of each. How do you think you're going to do? Did you do better than the one you did last year? Oh, good. Wow. So has it been measured yet? Not yet. So we're waiting. Do you have an idea? Or you didn't measure it yourself? You were hoping for a surprise? Yeah. It was. I think it would be a fairly good growing year for sunflowers. It was nice and hot there for a while. So now how do you, because you're going to have to support it as it gets so tall, how do you do that?
garden around.
You move up. There you go.
That.
Nice and loud.
And then because they got too tall, we had to put poles over the poles because they got too tall, and then we had to keep wrapping them and like wrapping them with supports.
Okay, now here's something you may not have thought of. How do you even get something that long here?
This year we had to put it on the roof and go very slow.
Oh my goodness. Well, here's hoping, fingers crossed, that you'll do well and get on the lead. I'm sure you will, because it looks like an amazing sunflower. Thank you very much for growing and being a part of Pumpkinfest.
Thank you.
Let's get them to, can we grab the sunflower before they measure it? Let's bring it over here. Come on over here with me.
Head around and see.
We're getting the growers all used to kind of the way
wires.
things work here today. We had one kind of setup last year. It's a little bit different this year for them to come in. We had them coming in the other end of the building. This year they're coming in what would be our traditional end of the building to do the weigh off and the measuring. So the growers are all still getting used to this, as are we, as is the production crew, as is pretty much everybody that's a part of this. But again, the big thing is we want to say thank you to you for taking the time to join the broadcast today. Bring that on over here. Let's have a quick look at this. This is what we mean when we're talking about a sunflower. There are around Port Elgin several different sunflower fields, but they don't grow this. So right about there, perfect. So yeah, well you can, or you can, I don't want you to stand it up because we don't want it to break. Just be careful with this. When I saw it come in, I said 12 feet? More than that, perfect. It's more than 12 feet. That's pretty good, right? Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
No, you're not. You got to get bigger. You can't be happy till you set the new world record. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Do you promise? Put your hand in the air. Put your right hand in the air. I promise. I promise. You got to move up a little closer to the mics because I want people at home. There are people watching in British Columbia. There are people watching throughout the United States. There are people watching in Europe right now. Now, they might not understand what you're saying, but still. You're going to put your hand in the air. I promise.
I promise.
To grow. And grow.
And grow.
And grow.
And grow.
Until. I get. The new. World record.
World record.
You just did that in front of all of those people. So that means it's pinky swearing. I can't pretend like we're pinky swearing. All right? Good. All right, so that would be for length. So we do it two different ways. Grow for length. What do you guys think this is? 16 and a half feet, which means you can't see the venue here, but if we were to stand it up, it would come really close to, oh, perfect, thank you. So they are showing the roof. That's about 18 feet. So we'd be just about hitting the bottom of the girders on the roof in the facility. And by the way, I hate to tell you this, but we'll likely have one that will go way up into there. But that's fantastic. Let's see the other one. So let's bring you can come in, Mom. It's fine. It's a family affair. We want to come in. All right, so this is the face. Actually, let's switch. I'm going to grab we'll grab the sunflower. So now you tell me about what it's the difference to try and grow this versus that. Was it a different seed? Yeah. And how wide is this one? Do you know? I'm going to guess, but.
I think 14 or
Yeah, I was going to say 12 to 14 would make sense. And the one thing that you can see on this one is that it's probably still has some room to grow. All the seeds are still in here, so the birds didn't get at it yet. For the birds in a field, a sunflower this size is a buffet. Now, as we all know, in COVID, we can't have buffets. So the birds also are paying attention to the COVID regulations. They are not eating the seeds. So there you go. We're going to give that back to you guys. Thank you very much. We might see you in a little while, okay? You got it? Perfect. And remember, thank you very much. Remember how we talked about family. So Mom's grabbing this. We got Dad, we got son, we got everybody taking part. Take it back over there. Don't break it until we get that thing measured. It's your chance to shine, okay? Awesome. So that's what it's about. That is a sunflower. Now, about a week ago, our friends in Italy did something never been done in the world before. And we want to give you a chance, because if you haven't seen it, and it was all over Facebook, we were so happy to see this happen. It's been a little bit since we had a new world record, but a new world record was set in Italy during their weigh off at over 2,700 pounds. Here's what it looked like.
Per arrivare a realizzare questo bellissimo frutto. Dagli amici animali che d'altra parte popolano i nostri territori, un momento che è atteso da sempre. Verificando, Marco sta tremando forse come Stefano, se non di più, perché sinceramente 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, silenzio.
You know, Italians don't need a reason to have a party, but I think that was a reason. And congratulations. Now the rest of the world is going to try and beat them. There are all sorts of different ways that things are grown. Fields, greenhouses, you name it, but irrelevant. Congratulations to the world record. I happen to know that this next lady that we're going to meet, everything is grown actually in a field very naturally, because I was right next to the field last week. And they are the family that was one of the first 2 originators of Pumpkinfest. You've got our good friend Louise Cord over there.
Yes. Way back when?
86, I think, was the first year of Pumpkinfest in the corner of Polja Parquet.
So you just got a bunch together. Like, was it just a local thing that you did to start off, or did you just immediately go into the world?
Well, Doug had been part of the World Pumpkin Confederation, so before we moved here, he would go to Simcoe, Ontario, because they had the sanction. And then when we came here, they didn't, but he was still growing pumpkins. And in '86, the BIA, I believe at the time, was the ones that kind of coordinated, and of course Fred Worth was involved at that point. And it just kind of literally grew and grew, and then it
just like pumpkins.
Grew some more. Exactly. I mean, our first pumpkin, I think that we had here in Port Elgin, was something like 325 pounds. And
well, as I mentioned to Dave earlier, one year we had the world record here, and it was just over 700 pounds. And now look where we are.
Exactly.
If you're not over 1,000 pounds, you don't make the leaderboard. Sorry, Louise. It was a tough year.
It was.
But you guys are always here. It is a family thing.
Yes.
You have got the children, the grandchildren all involved.
Exactly.
So we were out at the farm earlier last week.
Yes.
We did not see you. We saw your husband and your grandchildren.
Well, yeah, I actually saw
you
you as you were leaving.
So you brought other things. I don't think the pumpkins did so well this year.
All I've got is a little watermelon.
I don't think it's so little.
Well,
it's not like the ones you get at the grocery store.
No, this is true.
So did you just bring the watermelon this year?
Yes, that's all I've got.
And you have an idea?
I think if I'm lucky, it might be 70, 75 pounds. Which is really weird.
Imagine
because
that, a 75-pound watermelon.
It comes from good stock. I mean, it's one of Marvin Mitchell's
All Steve,
255.
we'll talk about that as we go along. They're very important. But if you head around the back and over to Dave.
Okay.
We'll weigh your
Awesome.
watermelon. Thank you so much for
Awesome.
all that you do for Pumpkin
And
Fest.
it's fun.
It is fun.
So there's Louise and Doug. And other thing I wanted to mention. Now, again, we're not masked because we are social distancing, plus Robin and I have been together for like 35 years. But so we actually have masks. This year's masks for Pumpkin Fest, for all the people involved in Pumpkin Fest, look like this. They are green and they have the Pumpkin Fest logo down in the left-hand corner. But I got a surprise or early part of last week. And this was the surprise. It kind of matches the vest, and this was made by, can I call her Aunt Helen? Can I? Well, I don't know where she made this. She made us. Yes, so she made us, Robin and I, our own specialized Pumpkin Fest masks. So we wanted to say a big thanks to her. We ran into her at Sunset, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Appreciate it.
And so thank you very much. I wanted to make sure you got a shout out today. Okay, so we're going to bring Louise's watermelon up. Louise, for you, you get to stand in the green and up close to the mics. Perfect. Let's bring that over here. We're going to need a little assistance from someone, or are you guys going to be able to do it? I know, it's a good size. So, sorry, you thought 75? Okay. I'm going to slide over here while they put it on the scale. This is exciting. What's the biggest you've ever had?
I think mine's only been maybe
90-ish? See, you're standing over there chirping your poor little watermelon and you're like 75 pounds. And now you've got a personal best. It's the best you've ever done. 104.5 pound watermelon. Look into that camera and apologize to your watermelon.
I'm sorry, watermelon.
That's it. Do we name it? We have to come up with a name. Yeah, it depends. If she cuts it up, it's named Doug.
No.
What?
I
No?
wouldn't do that, no.
Oh, all right.
I just think maybe we should drill a hole in it and put a 26er vodka.
A hole in it and use it to store alcohol. Ladies and gentlemen, you now know the history of Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. All right, let's give her a nice round of applause.
Thank you.
At home, we're giving her a nice round of applause as we are here. 104.5, personal best. Okay, now get it off my scale. Get this thing off of here. A lot of people ask about them. What do you do with the watermelon that big? And it literally, we don't know if it's edible until we actually get it cut open, but we have at Pumpkin Fest cut open a watermelon that was 225 pounds. We did that, and it was very sweet, very edible, but Louise alluded to the main part of this whole thing. The main part of this is that we're doing that for the seeds. So we're going to talk a little bit about science as we go through the day today. I'm not going to bug you with that right now, but safe to say, we're going to take the seed from one watermelon and a seed from another watermelon, cross-pollinate, and see if we can grow bigger. It's just like human physiology. You take a dad that's 6 feet tall, you take a mom that's 6 feet tall, and most likely you get children that are bigger. Now, I'm going to tell you, in our case, I'm 6 feet tall, Robin is 5'4" on a really good day with high heels, and both of our sons are 6'4". So sometimes strange things happen. And that's what we're doing here. We're doing all of this so we can try and get ourselves some better seeds to grow bigger and bigger, a personal best for Louise Court. Now, we talked about seeds. What else can you do with seeds? You, of course, can take the pumpkin seeds, dry them out, put some salt on them. They make a great snack. Or you can put them in your mouth, get them all wet, and spit them. In fact, we have lots of celebrities that have done that, including Aislinn, who works for Bayshore Broadcasting. Let's see how she did with a virtual seed spitting contest.
It's Aislinn Robbins from Mix 106.5.
All right, let's see it.
Just over 6 feet. Good job.
Six feet. Aislinn, 6 feet. Like our champion for seed spitting is like 20 feet. That's okay, that's all right. You should be proud that you didn't have enough pressure to shoot it any further than that. Well, we have a ton of celebrities that have actually been involved in seed spitting. We used to do it here live all the time. Unfortunately, not getting a chance to do it live here today, but a big thanks to all the celebrities that went out into the parking lot and spit. It's not really something that you brag about too awfully much. We also have another competition that goes on here as part of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, and that is something called the Harvest Star Search competition, where a lot of bands, singers, we've had pretty much every little bit of entertainment that's been a part of that competition, and it gives them a chance to really showcase what it is that they can do, and it has kick-started a lot of careers, and we're very, very proud of that. In fact, here is one of our competitors, Callie Drope, is going to perform for you right now, I believe. Callie is going to be able to do her presentation from the Harvest Star Search competition, one more part of Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. All right, thank you very much. And right back to the weigh off because things are starting to pick up now. We talked about getting the youngsters involved. Robin Woods has found one.
So you can see, even at 91 inches, how tall that is. Did Dad help you grow that, or did you do it by yourself? And have you been a part of Pumpkinfest before? Did you grow something?
Just
this is your
midway.
First one.
That's right.
Well, there we go. This is hopefully something you will do with us every year because you did very well.
That's right.
Are you on the leaderboard?
I don't know.
You don't know. I imagine so because it's fairly early in the day. So make sure you take a picture of that you're actually on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And you never know. It could be there by the end of the day, Dave. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, come on, chicken. I got it.
So many more growers. They are lined up now outside. We see a pumpkin sitting here, but what we don't see is a grower. Well, we're going to in just a moment. So remember, we are coming to you live from the Port Elgin Missionary Church, the home of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. The 2021 edition is partially virtual, partially live. In fact, really live with Robin Woods and our next grower.
A pumpkin ready to weigh. It belongs to this gentleman here. Introduce yourself.
I am Colton Roger.
And where are you from?
Okay,
Auburn,
so as soon as
Ontario.
she's finished.
And how was your growing season?
It was okay. Could have been better.
Now, how did you guys fare? Did you have, because here we had a lot of rain, like a really dry start to the season.
Yeah.
A lot of rain, and then the heat. How did you guys do?
Yeah, about the same. And then we got a lot of storms too that did a lot of damage to the plants and
Yes.
stuff. But
So do you have, I know a lot of the growers baby their pumpkins. Yours was outside in the field,
Yeah.
ready for the elements.
Yeah.
It is something that you do need to grow it, and a lot of people don't know this, on a skid. Once you know which pumpkin is going to be the one you're going to take care of,
yeah,
it needs to be off the ground.
for sure. Don't want it rotting on you.
That's right. So
Yeah.
it's, and as you can imagine, if it gets this big and you got to lift it at home to try and get it on the skid, it doesn't
Yeah.
work that well. Did you bring anything other than the pumpkin today?
No, just the pumpkin.
Well, it looks like a good one. Any
Yeah.
guesses?
Well, hopefully it's over 1,000 anyways.
Nice. Well, here's hoping you can head around the back over to Dave.
Perfect.
Head this way.
Thanks.
And we'll see. That would be nice this early in the day to have 1,000 pounds already.
All right, well, it'll take him a sec to get here, and while he does, that's what the pumpkin looks like. Let's move it up and get it onto the weigh scale. So we are now getting into the supposed meat of the competition as we start to get some of the bigger pumpkins, and we have maybe 6 of them in the staging area right now. So here comes our pumpkin, and I'm going to get you, the green area is yours, close to those microphones, and here we go. You'll get to the leaderboard. That's the good news. Personal best, what has it been?
12:55.
12:55.
Yeah.
I don't think we're quite there this year.
No, we're not.
But for everybody, it's been either a fantastic growing year or near the tail end. Things
Yeah.
slowed down, right? Still, I think you're going to go to the leaderboard, and I believe you're going to, will you be the leader? I don't remember where we are right now, but that, oh, wait a minute. There's a specific amount of stem that we're allowed to have on them for the purpose of weight.
Yeah.
605.5 pounds. Nice job, 605.5. Give him a round of applause. How much seed is in one of these? Are we able to, we won't know that, I guess.
Sometimes there's lots and sometimes there isn't much.
Right. But that's what we want. We
Yeah,
got to get
for
the
sure.
seed out of
Yeah.
these. So anytime you see the giant pumpkins, and we will eventually get back to where we have the crowd here in the building with us. We also got to remind people, please don't sit on them, lean against them, anything like that. And if they were to see this at a grocery store, same thing, don't do that. We don't know how thick the exterior of that pumpkin is. You'll find out if you lean on it and it's not very thick. We have had situations where small children have disappeared inside a pumpkin and they don't smell very good when you get them back out. So something to keep in mind. Congratulations, nice job. 6:05.5. Now in a couple of seconds here, we're gonna talk a little bit more about how do you grow this kind of thing. I'm gonna show you a 1-day-old pumpkin. One day, we just had the McKenzie family out of Tiverton who are regular growers with Pumpkinfest. And let's show you what a very young vine looks like. So this is a vine, and the baby pumpkin is actually right there. Now I'm gonna go through this whole plant. So we have the male part of the plant, which is right there. The male part of the plant you can tell because there's no little pumpkin underneath it. So because the bees will tend to pollinate a plant with something else, the growers actually have to do that. So it's about a 1-week period that the female plant will open. The female plant is right here. It's actually on the same vine, although you usually cross-pollinate. And right here, hope you can zoom in on it enough, is a 1-day-old baby pumpkin. So the 1-day-old baby pumpkin, after a few months, grows into what we just saw. And there's another baby pumpkin on the vine, a little older than 1 day. And you can see where the flower opened, they pollinated, now the flower is ready to fall off. But that is the baby pumpkin that one day you hope to grow into a world record that we just had in Italy, which you saw a few minutes ago at just over 2,700 pounds. So we've got lots of little things like this to show you. Look, if you want to start growing giant Atlantics, just go on to the Pumpkinfest website. There are grower seminars and all sorts of opportunities for you to be able to get a chance to grow like this. All the growers that you're seeing here participate in those. They share almost all of their information, enough to get you to the point of where you're gonna love the growing, and then we'll see you back here every single year. In fact, we've got more coming, so they're gonna load another giant pumpkin for us, and then Robin is gonna tell us who's the proud parent.
And we have got Nathan Wissett, obviously from Clinton. Clinton under construction, you didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, well, there you go, because these pumpkins, you don't want them jarring around. Yours is going to be, it is a pumpkin?
It is a pumpkin, yeah.
Did you bring anything else with you today?
No, just the pumpkin.
Just the pumpkin, and how was your, sorry?
It's all I got time for.
It does take a lot of time.
Yeah.
So, on average, how many hours a day would you spend with your pumpkin?
Depends on the time of year, but probably a half hour to maybe an hour when you're trying to trim it and bury it.
Yeah, as Dave said, when one starts to grow, you have to make sure that it doesn't start growing other pumpkins, because that takes away from the energy to go into the pumpkin you want to grow.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you have much issues? Weather was
perfect. Just did nice warm nights, so then they keep growing well. I had 2 pumpkins, and one I didn't pay enough attention, so it got too much pressure on the stem, and then that causes rot. Got a crack and get some rot, so that one didn't make it, but you always got to just be watching them.
So when you have 2 of them, they're on 2 different plants, obviously?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there you go. So rot is going to be an issue today, Dave, but this looks like a nice one. Have you been measuring? Are you guessing?
Oh, yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm hoping for 13.
Wow. Another one that's got thinking of over the 1,000-pound mark, and here's hoping, fingers crossed for you. Thank you ever so much for coming in. Head around the back here, the way you came in, and head over to Dave as Paul is looking at the pumpkin.
The Jaws theme, I think it might be the right time to play that. Look at this pumpkin. I just want to give you a perspective. Yeah, we can't play what they just said in the truck, but they're right. They're 100% right. Wholly insert descriptive here. All right, Nathan, come on over here into the square where you're going to enjoy the fruits of your fruits, vegetables, fruits, whatever, of your labor. Let's bring that big pumpkin over here. You're thinking 13? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping 13.
Hoping 13. I think our leader right now is about 700, so I think you're safe. Are you safe for the rest of the competition? No. We've got a shot this year at not one but two of them maybe getting over that 2,000 pound mark. This is big. Don't get me wrong. I'm not belittling a 1,300 pound pumpkin. This thing is huge. Get up there. Get over the 14. Wouldn't that be good? You might like that. Yeah. Growers are trying to get to the 1,000 pound mark. That's kind of the minimum goal where all the other growers will then recognize you as competition. 1,000 pounds and then grow every year a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a lot bigger. Like I'm talking sitting in at 1,322 and 1/2 pounds. If you are still sitting on your couch at home and you're not clapping for that, I'm disappointed. You need to clap for that. Nathan, congratulations. 1322.5. Is that a personal best? Personal best. But what now? I mean, you're at 1322.
I'm trying to get to 1500
And then keep learning. How much, and I mentioned this a couple of times during the broadcast, how much are growers willing to share information? I know you're not going to give away all your trade secrets, but you're going to give people at least enough information to probably get to 1,000 pounds at some point. Yeah? What's your secret? All right, he's not going to say. Congratulations, Nathan. Let's get that one. Get a nice photo taken with that one. 1322 and 1/2 pounds. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our new leader here at Pumpkinfest. But we are barely getting started. We've had 3 pumpkins weighed. We haven't had a squash in yet. We've had some watermelon. We've shown you some big sunflowers. And you know what? We've shown you some incredible talent. Our area is flush with talent, especially musical. Plus, remember, a part of Pumpkinfest is, of course, our classic car show, which I'll talk more about in a couple of minutes. But why talk about things when you can actually see them? So here's some entertainment from the band Lion X and Sweet Like Crude, and a look at some of the cars that you will be able to see virtually and in person at Pumpkinfest.
But I'm feeling still. Got another mouth to feed. Leave her with the babysitter, mama called a grave digger. Gone with the falling leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Oh, I'm a rebel just for kicks, yeah. Let me kick it like it's 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Oh, I'm a rebel just for kicks, yeah. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Got another mouth. I do that easy living, goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Start flipping for my enemies. We can wave until the wild now. I'm a rebel just for kicks, yeah. Time to give a little tip. Get in the middle, move over till it falls. Don't bite on me. Is it coming? 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 Is it coming back? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. Your love is on a best for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Oh, oh, I'm a rebel just for kicks, yeah. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still.
Told you we had entertainment. Well, it's just getting started too. Like entertainment like the Practically Hip, like Lulu's Roadhouse Band. We're fortunate to have Mike, who's kind of the leader of that band, that has a houseboat at the Port Elgin Marina. It's kind of interesting when you're down there because, you know, on a Friday night, you'll be at the marina, you'll be enjoying your boat, and the next thing you know, you'll be enjoying a concert by Lulu's Roadhouse Band down at the end of the dock. So we're so fortunate to have that kind of entertainment. We're fortunate to have this venue, the Port Elgin Missionary Church, which is an amazing place to be able to host this. Rain or shine, and trust me, this is a weekend where we've had it all, rain, shine, hail, you name it. And we're fortunate enough to have a ton of great sponsors that are sponsoring a ton of extra events that are all a part of Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. And my great co-host, lovely wife for 33 years, radio personality Robin Woods from 97.9 The Bruce. She is here to tell you about some more of the events that are a part of Pumpkin Fest. So what else can I do, Robin? What else?
Well, something that has become quite popular over the last little while is the Mega Bingo, and we all love bingo. And it always helps out a great cause as well. So helping out Pumpkin Fest, because as you mentioned, there's a lot, as you can see, going on here, volunteers, but a lot of other things have to go into it. So one of the things that have been very popular is the Mega Bingo, and you can still be a part of that. It is coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. So before then, make sure you get your cards. Tickets are sold at the Port Elgin Giant Tiger, at Vanderwerts Independent, Southampton Foodland, Paisley Fresh Mart, I know Pizza Delight in Port Elgin has some as well. And you can watch that on Bruce Telecom Channel 1, Eastlink Channel 10, and on YouTube by entering Port Elgin Lions Club. Thank you very much to the Lions Club for putting this on. Over $5,000 chance to win that as we go through the night. So make sure you get those Mega Bingo cards. What do you have?
I want to thank the Mackenzies, who are from Tiverton, one of our local growers, who were nice enough to bring me the stuff they didn't want to get rid of. So now I have to get rid of it at some point. But this is part of the vine from their pumpkin, which we haven't weighed yet, but it'll be coming in a little while. And I thought it's always interesting for people to see kind of the size. So this is about maybe 5 feet worth of vine. Now here, I'll pick it up so you guys can get a good shot. That's the root. So this is the end in the ground.
What are you doing?
The rest of this, you basically are building dirt and other stuff underneath it to support the vine, because the vine is actually so heavy it'll crush itself. If you want to think about the length of this vine, that's the root end in the ground, and the pumpkin was growing at the other end about 20 feet from the root. But if you want to think about the size that it takes to grow a giant pumpkin, the actual vine stretches all over the place. And this particular vine for the pumpkin took up 1,200 square feet. So the house that you're living in is how big the vine was for this particular pumpkin. So that'll give you an idea what we're talking about size. Obviously they're bigger, and you can see beside me right now one of the big pumpkins that's coming in for the weigh off. But that's what they look like. And you can see all these side vines that get trimmed off, so all the energy for growing can go to 1 or 2 of the pumpkins. So that's what it looks like. Another pumpkin means another grower, means another visit from Robin Woods.
Is set up and ready to go. You're from Zurich, so not too far down the road, but still, I mean, if you're not from the area with Lake Huron right there, it can rain on one side of town and not the other. So the fact that you're within decent driving distance, not too bad. So how was your growing season? Yeah?
Good. How are you? So good to see you.
Lots of
sunburn. I've never heard about a pumpkin getting sunburned.
Does it look good out there?
Was this the only one you were working on, or did you have
Just
a
the
few?
one.
They just had
Do
the
I
one.
look young?
Did you have anything else on the go? I know pumpkins take so much of your time.
That's it. That's all.
That's all you got. So they are looking at it, they're scraping it off, and you got it here safely. And it is a pumpkin.
It's a pumpkin.
It is a pumpkin. And so measurements, you're guessing?
I did the circumference on it. It was 13 feet 2 inches.
And so you're...
I'm guessing 900.
Okay. He looked very tentative at 900, but that's a good-sized pumpkin. You never know just how thick it's going to be, right?
That's
inside.
what I know.
That's the issue. But thank you very much for bringing your pumpkin. You can head around the same way you came to head over to Dave, and we'll see just how well your pumpkin did.
Yep.
Good luck.
It's pumpkins, it's squash, it's watermelons, it's sunflowers. We have so much for you to see throughout the day today. And I always find this amazing when the growers come here with something this big and then they're like, oh, it's only 900 pounds. You and I would jump up and down for an hour and a half if I had a 900-pound pumpkin. Yep, right inside the green square. All right. Peter says he thinks it's 900. We'll talk a little bit about how we do the estimate on the size of a pumpkin and squash here in just a couple of minutes. Because remember, this isn't the first year we've been doing this. So pumpkins and squash have been done for a long time. Peter, welcome back to Pumpkinfest. All right, you're in the green square, so you're good. You said 900. We're going to talk about how this measurement thing works in a minute. This one, not quite as thick as maybe we thought, but it is coming in at a nice solid 808 pounds even. 808, congratulations. Now the biggest question, now what?
Jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, you'll have like the best jack-o'-lantern.
I do it as a sawzall.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's,
That shell can be 14 inches thick.
Right.
So, make something.
And how, so walk me through that process. Let me just explain something really quickly. We do, when we're doing a live Pumpkin Fest, we do have pumpkin carvers come in.
Yep.
They carve just the outside of the pumpkin, but you're talking about doing the really traditional.
I do both.
Okay.
I go through, plus I do some carving.
And so what's kind of, do you think the average thickness would be of this one? And any way to guess?
The blossom end will probably only be about 6 inches.
Okay.
The cap, if I was to cut it off, just the lid would weigh 200 pounds or something.
No way.
Yeah, it's like that thick. And
So the most important part is actually inside there.
oh yeah, there's probably not much cavity in that one, but it's a bit disappointed with the weight, but I was measuring right at the bottom on the widest point.
And so let's talk
So
a
it's
little,
short. It's
right?
short. It's not tall.
I was going to say let's talk about that because there's a scale. And by the way, they're asking you to speak up a little bit because that microphone's going to. No, you don't have to lean into it. Just speak up.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we do the measurement, we're kind of measuring stem to the other end, and over the top.
Yep.
Is there another measurement that goes into that?
The only one I did was total circumference.
Total circumference.
So that's why my weight wouldn't be totally accurate.
Right. And then there's like a scale because we've been having this kind of a way off for many, many, many decades.
Yep.
And so that scale, you can basically take the measurement and kind of get an idea what it is.
It gives you an idea.
Yeah. Well, that is fantastic. My neighbors would love for me to have a jack-o'-lantern that big on my front yard.
tell you what, I'll make you one, sell it to you for $1,000.
Oh, see, I mean, the gift that keeps giving. Peter is the gift that keeps giving.
I gotta win some money. I've seen some of the other ones. I'm not gonna win. I think
They are getting bigger as they start bringing them in off of trailers.
I honestly think there's gonna be a Canadian record today here.
Do you really think there's going to be a? Okay, I didn't say that. That's a grower.
I said that.
That's a grower saying it. I figured we had.
I think there's a 2,000 pounder up
Oh, thank you. I'm going to hold you to that. Okay. Peter gets a nice round of applause. That is a solid 808 pounds. He said it. I didn't say it. He said it. He thinks, and when the growers start coming in here and saying there are 2,000-pound pumpkins maybe out there, and he thinks we've got a Canadian record, don't listen to Dave, listen to that. So that it's amazing what we're about to go through here at Pumpkinfest. We talked originally when I started here, which would have been back in, 2000, I guess was one of the first years. No, it was before that. It was 95, I think, that I started here at Pumpkinfest. And we were talking about how do you get, you're good, thank you. We were talking about how do you get a 1,000-pound pumpkin, and it was crazy for everybody to try to get to 1,000 pounds. Then we hit 1,500. We've been trying for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years to get to the 2,000-pound mark at Pumpkinfest, which is kind of the next level of where we need to be. And now the growers are saying today that we are going to make it to that 2,000-pound mark. So, in fact, let's take a look at last year's biggest pumpkin, and I haven't heard from them. I don't know if Chris Lyons is coming today. I don't know if Phil and Jane Hunt are coming today, but it's pretty traditional that if you won the championship last year, you're going to come back this year. Let's take a look at last year's biggest pumpkin here at Pumpkinfest. So this is kind of a team effort. You guys stay over there so we social distance. Chris, you're with your team. Good to see you. Right in there with them. That's Chris Lyons. So we think this might be our 1,900-pounder today. Let's see. Nice and careful. Make sure we don't hurt the stem. Treat this one with love. This is a one-bedroom condo in downtown Toronto. Get there. 1939 and a half. That would be the largest pumpkin ever at Pumpkinfest, right? Congratulations, 1939 and a half. It's the biggest ever for Pumpkinfest. Literally, the three of you can get your picture taken and we won't even know you're in it. Hitting the 2,000-pound mark and that 1930-plus pumpkin last year could have been picking it, and it lost weight between the time it was picked and the time it got here. I mean, they are very, very finicky sometimes. If we get some of the growers that come in, they'll have a bucket with the end of the vine still in it, because remember, the pumpkin's not aware that it's not in the ground anymore. So it'll continue to drink that water, or at least try and replace the weight before it gets here to Pumpkinfest. Pumpkinfest, in the live version, usually attracts somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 people to this community in one weekend. It all started with a goofy bet. And the guy that was part of this goofy bet is actually with us and is still a grower for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Robin has Doug Court with her right now.
Yes, we talked to Doug's lovely wife, Louise, earlier on, and now Doug is with us, and you were part of getting this all going, as Dave mentioned, all part of a crazy bet between you and?
My whole family.
And they are still all involved. It is absolutely amazing. Do you still have as much fun all these years later?
We have tremendous fun. We have cookouts, and then we go and put our rubber boots on, shovel some manure, come back, have dessert, go back and shovel some more manure.
Washing your hands in between, I'm hoping.
Yeah. Social distancing from the manure to us.
Yes.
But it's certainly been a long journey of, well, indirectly I've been growing for over 40 years.
Holy.
And even before I moved to Port Elgin, and I used to travel, used to go to different parts of the States and parts of Ontario. And so I thought, let's bring it to Port Elgin, my new home.
And it is grown when you say that you went to other places. There are other way-offs, obviously, that go on, as we saw with Italy, but even in this area, but people come to Pumpkinfest, and why is that?
Well, it's pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Pre-COVID, of course, it's a family thing. You know, there's the midway, there's the souvenirs, there's the giant vegetables. So we made it that it was like, you know, developing a menu. And on that menu, there's always a specialty of the house. So that I had to think of what's going to be, I wanted to balance the shoulder season in Port Elgin. And along with that idea, I thought, well, let's try something really crazy and see if we can get people to come around from the world, from our friends in the States and Quebec, and compete for giant vegetables. And the very first one, of course, was down at the lake, and we had snow that day. And some of the pumpkins wouldn't fit through the doors, and we had to saw a pumpkin and take off about 10 pounds on one of them. But from there, it just kept developing. The pumpkins, as you just said a few minutes ago, like Italy now has the world record over 2,700 pounds. And our goal today really is to have a pumpkin here well over 2,000, we hope. There's two big monster ones out there. And on some of my vegetables that I've brought today, my best hope is my watermelon. I've grown a watermelon over 170 pounds, and I'm hoping to break that today. But who knows? My pumpkin today didn't do very well. It had a hole in it, so it was DQ'd. But I got a couple squash coming, I got a marrow coming, I got a field pumpkin, I got a cantaloupe, I got a tomato, a bushel gourd.
If you can grow it, they bring it here to Pumpkinfest if you get it large. Is this your squash ready to go?
It should be. Yes, it is.
It should be. And a big thing about coming to Pumpkinfest is there are amazing prizes to be won.
Oh.
Not only the bragging rights.
Yes.
But there is some monetary value to coming to Pumpkinfest.
Oh, most certainly. As much as we put out several $1,000s, you know, we have to have a tractor, we have to have certain products that are called beneficial fungi, mycorrhizae. So there's a bit of a science to it as well. Not the normal person can do it. However, having said that, I've had a few people beat me that have only been growing for 1 year, and I've been growing for 40 years.
Beginner's luck.
Like my squash here in a few minutes, it'll be weighed. I'm guessing in the near 600. I've grown them before over 1,000, but every year is something different. So this year, of course, what happens in Port Elgin? 2 rounds of hail, wind, and then a little downdraft tornado.
Yeah.
That blew, it's got some marks on the side of the squash because I have chicken wire around the top of it to prevent
creatures,
some beautiful animals like deer eat it. And so the tornado downdraft decided to blow the chicken wire into the squash.
Oh.
So I had to pull it out because you're not supposed to have any metal in your squash. I was going to leave it, but
as long as it doesn't go through, you're all right.
Right.
Well, yeah, Doug has been nice to give us some of his smaller pumpkins to display on our front yard, and there was one that had a very nice bear claw mark in it. So the animals do love them. So thank you very much, Doug, for all that you do for Pumpkinfest and for the area. If you want to head back around and head over, and we'll see just how it's always fun. As we say, the Court family is all involved in this, and there is rivalry. So Louise earlier on had a very nice watermelon, over 100 pounds. We'll see how Doug does, but here is his squash. It looks small, but it looks sturdy.
Small but sturdy. Doug, if you want to step into the green again, it does. It actually looks like this one got pelted with shotgun.
It got hail, and that's what I had the chicken wire.
Right.
On top of the hose, and the chicken wire. You can see the mark coming down.
It is. Still, squash is squash. Let's see what we got. This is after a few months worth of effort. Doug Court, one of the founding fathers of Port Elgin's Pumpkin Fest, participates every year. You got to make sure, if you're living in Port Elgin or somewhere close to Port Elgin, and you say, I have never been to Pumpkin Fest, well then you're not really from Port Elgin and area. Yeah, you need to come, even this year, just for everything that's going on once again. What a beautiful looking squash. Now, if you go to the grocery store today, I want you to ask if they have a 542-pound squash that you could buy and cook up for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna guess they probably are gonna be a little bit smaller. 542 pounds, that is worth a nice round of applause. Congratulations, Doug. Now, the competition. Robin referred to the competition, and if you can speak loudly into here so we have the evidence. The competition is always between you and Louise. The winner takes the non-winner, politically correct, takes the non-winner out for dinner.
Wow.
What's the chance that you're paying for dinner this year?
Very little.
Very little?
Very little.
What's a lot of confidence?
I know.
All right.
I'm right there.
Okay. All right. We have it on tape. It's on tape. This man is going to end up buying dinner and probably grovel after that.
Problem.
All right. There it is. Doug Court, thank you for finding this event, and this is fantastic. Gentlemen, if you want to pick that up, we got so much more. Doug is going to get a photograph taken. Our leaderboard is starting to develop, and well, then they took it away from me. If you guys can bring the leaderboard back up, that's perfect. Let's look at the leaderboard, which by the way, check out on Pumpkin Fest website. That's probably how you logged in today. Just take a look at the leaderboard. So we want to congratulate Nathan Hugendorf, who is currently our leader. 325.5 pounds, but even Nathan said, I don't know that that's going to stay on the leaderboard for very long. Peter Mathonia from Zurich, Ontario at 808 pounds. Not Peter, his pumpkin. Chris Lyons from Scarborough in at 685.5. And we have Colton Roger from Auburn at 605.5. Leading the watermelon category right now is Louise Court. Personal best for Louise at 104.5. And that's the beginning of a huge leaderboard, which will include sunflowers. Thanks to Andy Jacoby from Southampton, 196.5. That's length of sunflower. We met Adriana Carruthers from Port Elgin, a 91-inch sunflower. That is a name to watch for. That is a developing grower because she's only this big. So she's got a long way to go. And what happens when, I don't know, let's say the Courts start growing things, and then their kids start growing things, in particular their daughter, and then their grandchildren start growing things. You can't be related to Louise and Doug Court without growing something. Here with Robin is proof in the pudding that that's true.
Generation doing quite well, and now a married woman. So I'm sure that eventually little McGuires will be growing as well, hopefully. So I asked if the family competition's still going strong, and you have a number of things here today.
Yeah, I have a squash, a watermelon, a marrow, a field pumpkin, and a little tomato.
A little tomato. No,
Little
what
tomato.
I grow is a little tomato. What you grow, not such a little tomato. We might bring that over a little later on. The marrow.
Yes.
Explain to people what a marrow is.
It's like a zucchini, but on steroids.
And a field pumpkin, that is a different category altogether. Obviously,
Yes.
Not like the giants.
No.
So what would be the difference in growing one of those? Just letting it go kind of thing? Hoping for the best?
Yeah, we with the there's not as much that goes into growing a field pumpkin compared to like a squash or a regular like big pumpkin.
Right.
They're about a sixth of the size.
But still, they're larger what you're going to get at any vendor anywhere.
Yes.
So everybody seems to have a watermelon here today.
Yes.
Grandma came in at just over 100 pounds, which was nice.
Yeah.
Grandpa thinks that he's beaten his own record. What are you thinking?
I think I'm in the middle of them.
All right. That's a good place to
Yeah.
be. And your squash, how did it do?
They are just
Loading
getting
it up?
ready to be weighed now.
So Grandpa came in at, what was it? 5 something? Are you thinking you beat him, or how?
I think I'm just shy of
Just
beating him.
shy.
Yeah.
I never know.
Yeah, they're deceiving.
Well, that's right. You never know how thick the walls are, right?
Exactly.
And as they get bigger, they tend to thin out, and sometimes they can look huge and not weigh as much because they do thin out. So, good luck. Did you weigh the tomato yet?
Yes.
And it is?
1.9
pounds.
Yes.
Wow, that makes a lot of sandwiches. I don't know if you'd want to eat it. The one thing about this, when they grow big, it's not a beauty contest.
No.
Because they don't look pretty. But it could get you some good prize money. So
Yeah.
good luck with the squash.
Thank you.
Head back the way you came and head over to Dave as they load up your squash.
So we're loading up our squash right now. We're just about to bring it over to the weigh-off scale. I believe, Robin, if you can get Gary, I think he's standing close to you. We're going to go and we're going to meet the people who are responsible for really allowing us to be able to utilize this incredible facility in Port Elgin for the weigh-off. We're going to do that in just a minute. We got a squash coming, but before we go to the squash, let's find out what else you can do with pumpkin seeds. In fact, here's what a politician, Alex Ruff, can do with a seed.
Hey everyone, it's Alex Ruff, your newly re-elected member of Parliament for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Once again participating in the pumpkin seed spitting contest for Pumpkinfest. Here we go. Seed number 1. We have a distance of 22. It looks like 22 feet 6 inches. Four inches, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 22 feet 4 inches. Got a good roll there. All right, we're gonna have to mark this. Mark it at the 20. That's 25 right there. Try to do that this way, see if I'm going straight. Plus another foot and an inch, so 26 feet 1 inch.
We didn't do it last year. We thought we might.
So let's look at the history of seed spitting at Pumpkinfest. Past winners, Bill Walker, politician. Several local politicians, a radio personality, and now 26 feet from another politician. I'm not saying anything ill about politicians. I just think it's strange that they continue to be at the top of that leaderboard. That's all I'm saying. Oh, let's go to the leaderboard for squash. So it's time to bring your squash in. If you can come into the green. So again, Grandpa's squash, I was trying to remember the weight, about 570, something like that? Okay, now what are you thinking? And stand up nice and close. We need you nice and loud. What are you thinking?
I'm hoping it's 1 pound over.
Beat Grandpa by 1 pound. I like that. That is good thinking, appropriate strategy. The biggest part of this is, how does your family eat 1,000 pounds worth of squash? It's a big family, but it's not that big.
We have big freezers.
Oh, big freezers.
And it probably lasts us like for the whole year.
Oh, I would think so.
Lots of squash and pumpkin pies.
We're going to have to check this because you're really close. Grandpa might have been 567. I don't know. Do we have the leaderboard up? I don't know if it's been updated yet. Let's go to the squash category. We're going to have to see if we can get squash up. Nope, hasn't been updated yet. We're going to have to find out because you may have achieved that 1 pound. Something tells me Grandpa was 567. And if that's true, we already have the bet between Grandpa and Grandma. Do we extrapolate that bet to you, and then you get to go out for dinner too?
That sounds good.
Okay, all right. I figured you'd be fairly good. Congratulations, a nice squash in at 568.5 pounds. We go to the leaderboard one more time. We've still got a 1,325.5 pound pumpkin. That is our leading pumpkin. Our leading right now is Grandma Louise Court out of Port Elgin at 104.5 pounds. We have a couple of really nice sunflowers and quite a few more that are just coming in right now to be measured. So we're going to be updating that leaderboard throughout the day. You can check it out at pumpkinfest.org. The facility that we're in, we've been in for a few years. It was a transition that I think we all looked at and said, this is going to be fantastic. We were right. This has been fantastic. Robin, you've got one of the folks that opens up this facility to us each and every year.
Yeah, so we're standing here with Gary, who is from the Port Elgin Missionary Church, and we were racking our brains trying to figure out how long it has been.
Yeah.
But we did figure it out, about 6 years.
6 years,
We've been able to be in here, and before it was a big tent, which was lovely, but the weather, there was a couple of
Always
windy
a factor.
days, and we lost the tent. So this has been awesome. We can't thank you enough for letting Pumpkinfest be held in here. And it's just so nice to have
at that time already.
a stable roof, right?
Well, yeah, and for us too.
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go.
Yeah, it's
This
always
used to
good
be
when
the
you're
old arena, like way back in the day.
Yeah, built in the early 60s is my understanding, and we bought it as a church in 2005, and we use it for our church facility now. Yep.
So this has been great, and they've been so generous to let Pumpkinfest be held here and working every year on how to best come in and go out. But you've had some fun with it as well, because afterwards, if you've not been here, there's a nice big lot at the back, which right now is where all the growers are, bringing in their wares. But you use it a couple of weeks later for some fun.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's one thing to weigh a pumpkin. It's far better to drop it and see what happens next. So, yeah, we're going to...
Science class.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. We were just saying we filled, one of the years we filled a pumpkin with candy, and it seemed like a great idea, but then it totally crushed the candy when it hit the ground, and the kids were mildly disappointed. We thought it was hilarious, but yeah.
Not like a piñata. It didn't work that way.
No.
So this year, once again, and it tends to be some of this, obviously not the winners don't get left behind, but some of the local growers will contribute some of their smaller wares, and you drop them. It is a whole lot of fun. And what are you planning for this year?
So this year, depending on what we're getting, I mean, we've crushed a trampoline with them. We've done all kinds of things. This year, we're going to come up with something creative. We do something that's called a cascade, where you drop a whole bunch of them at once, and it just becomes a very mushed up mess. It's amazing. But
there's a splash zone.
Oh yeah, we're
out.
all about safety because chunks of flying pumpkin can still be somewhat dangerous.
Yeah,
so
that would hurt.
We fence it off and do it that way. The biggest I believe that we've ever dropped was a 1,300-pound squash.
Wow.
The ground shook. It was epic. Yeah.
So how far would you drop them?
Anywhere between 50 to 60 feet. We're always trying to get a little bit higher, but then that creates issues around getting the crane and that sort of a thing in. But equipment pending and big gourds pending as well. We'll come up with something. It will be epic. Yeah.
So we're looking at maybe a couple of weeks from this
October
weekend.
17th is our target date. So probably around noon, just after the morning service, and we'll start dropping pumpkins from the sky.
There
It'll
you
be
go.
great.
There's something to plan on.
You bet.
Thank you so much for all that you do to help Pumpkinfest go every year.
Our privilege. It's a great thing to be a part of this community. Awesome.
So Dave, what do you have over there?
Well, I don't have anything. But the courts have a marrow. So this is what a marrow looks like.
Thank you so
It's grown
much.
for weight, just like most of the other stuff that we have here, except for sunflowers and corn and things like that, which grow for height. I believe the weight was about 87 pounds, Doug, on this? 76? Sorry, 70. It doesn't matter. It's the biggest marrow you've ever seen. That's what they look like. And as Robin said earlier, this is not a beauty competition. This is what they look like. They're pretty lumpy. But we wanted to show you a marrow just to get an idea of some of the other things that we're taking a look at. Thank you, Doug. Okay. Thank you. And we have other things like the Harvest Star Search competition going on, for example. We've got a car show. We've got the big pumpkins and squash on display just outside the facility. Robin just talked to Gary about this facility. Well, let's take a look at some of the other things that are going on. So we're going to show you some more of our competition with the Harvest Star Search. And we have, of course, a ton of businesses that support Pumpkinfest each and every year. And we can't say enough to thank them for being a part of this when it's during COVID, when the attendance is not maybe as large as it's been in the past. Although I did just hear from Anne-Marie that it's getting really busy on the site right now. So people wanted something to do. We're going to give you some of that something to do. Let's find out more about some of our competitors for the Harvest Star Search. Oh.
Crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. Crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted. And then someday you leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering what in the world did I do? Oh, crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you. Crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving
Okay.
pumpkin first, yes, yeah. Put our mask on too.
Yeah, before we eat the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, so take a look at it.
All right, there it is. There it is. Our fingers are like this. Could this be the first ever 2,000-pound pumpkin at Pumpkinfest? And they're local growers, and they've been here 26 years, almost as long as we have. Robin has got them right now.
Here we are with the Mackenzies. They have been part of Pumpkinfest for so long, and they say they're just from Tiverton. They're not just from Tiverton, just a little bit down the road. So your growing season probably the same as the Courts and everybody else's in the area. But looks like you did all right.
Yeah, we have a pretty big pumpkin there. Yeah, we had some challenges with weather and that, but somehow we seem to get a fairly decent sized pumpkin.
The hail and the trees fell around it.
That's right, yeah.
And you also brought?
We have a watermelon.
Okay,
Yeah.
Watermelon seems to have done fairly well this year.
Yeah, we haven't grown watermelon for about 8 years or so, so this is our first one for a while.
So I don't know where I was going to go with that, but that's okay. You guys have been a part of this for so long. Just what keeps you going? Obviously you enjoy growing it. It's so time consuming, but
it gets in your blood, I think. Once you start growing pumpkins, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like you have to do it every year. It's just like an addiction, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, it could be. It's like a lot of other things that, once you start going, it's just fun, and you're trying to more beat yourself, right? See how well you can do. We were out before we started the broadcast talking to other growers, and your name was quite the buzz on the internet and the growers site, knowing that something like this was coming.
We'll find out in a few minutes how it turns out.
And as you say, you never know. Last year you measured?
We measured 1,600 pounds last year, and it went to 1812. So this one measures 1,760 this year. So it could go light too.
You just never know. Dave's hoping for the 2,000 pound. You guys
it's
laughed.
not going to be.
They don't think so, but we'd love to prove you wrong.
There might be one out there yet that's 2,000 pounds.
Quebec has done quite well, but
big,
you have got a dandy over there. So thank you so much for being a part of this every single year. We so look forward to seeing you every year. Head around the back and head over to Dave, good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And I also got to mention that we are just a couple of minutes away from the Practically Hip as a part of this year's broadcast. You would pay crazy money to go see them live. You're going to get them virtually here in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to stick with it. I think we have our first 2,000-pound pumpkin. You guys are so, come on over here. Come on over here. Right in the green square. I want you to be as close as you can possibly be when we weigh our first ever 2,000-pounder. I know but you guys are always like that, and then you surprise us. Let's get this pumpkin over here. Get up as close to those microphones as you can, because when you scream, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. How long has it been now that you've been growing?
I think our first weigh off was 1994.
It's come to this. I am so excited. 1812 was last year's pumpkin. 1812 and a half. I forgot the half. That's my fault. They did get the storms that we all got. They got the wind. They got the hail. They got everything that we all got, and they still were able to come out with a one-bedroom condo. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Wow, what did you measure it at again? 1760. It almost exact. That's crazy, because that's very seldom happens. But it is one of the biggest we've ever had at Pumpkinfest. 1,747 pounds Give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to the Mackenzies. Just come over here and stand. We're going to get your picture with it anyway. Stand close because I want to give people who are watching a perspective. Come on around behind it. It hides the people. That's how big this pumpkin is. What was the measurement that you did? You did the around and so forth. Yeah. 436 inches worth of pumpkin. That's crazy. Wow, let's get a photograph with them. That's a brand new leader, so unfortunately Nathan's 13:25.5 will fall down to second spot. But what an amazing achievement. 1,747 pounds. Now the important question that we ask. Come on back up into the green square. And it's always important when we get this answer from the growers. You've seen what's on trailers. You've seen what we haven't brought even into the building yet. Where are you going to finish?
Top 5.
Top 5, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much for doing it as always. You guys are fantastic. They also brought in the vines. We're going to show you the vines and baby pumpkins and so forth. They just said 1747, maybe in the top 5. That's frightening where we're about to go. We still have at least 2 of them that we believe are going to break the 2,000 pound mark. You know who doesn't break the 2,000 pound mark? Even if we put Robin and her next guest together on the weigh scale. You should be happy about that. Robin?
Thanks, Dave. Actually, it is amazing. We had, and you got to say a big thanks to all the volunteers. Like any organization, any event that goes on, the volunteers are how this all works. And a lot of the high school kids getting their volunteer hours, we had to put, I want to say 6 of them on there, plus Dave and I, who still were nowhere near. So it takes a lot. And definitely, you're nowhere. Allison was with us. She is the queen of the furrow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Allison Pepper, and like Robin mentioned, I am Bruce County Queen of the Furrow for 2019, 2020, and now 2021. I'm so glad that you guys are putting on Pumpkinfest, whether it be virtual or in person. So it's giving the growers especially a way, something to work towards for sure, and just getting people out of the house. And I'd like to thank you very much for having me, and good luck to all the growers.
That is so nice you get to wear the tiara.
Yes.
For that long. May I ask how you become Queen of the Furrow?
Yes, so during the Bruce County plowing match in 2019 now, I had to plow, I had an interview, and I had to prepare a speech as well as an impromptu question. So that was all happening at the local match, and hopefully when we actually have an international plowing match again, I'll have a chance to compete for Ontario Queen of the Furrow.
Ooh, nice. How do you even become a part of it? Like, is it something you were looking for?
I wanted to do it, and I had never plowed in my life before.
Oh,
and
good
so
for you.
I kind of showed up to the plowing match, and I was like, all right, what do I do? And everyone just told me to go slow and go straight, so that's what I did.
Straight is good.
Straight is good. And now Tom Tatey, Port Elgin-ite, he has been training me and teaching me, and so I have him to thank for a lot of it, and now I have my own plow and 5 or 6 tractors.
Oh, good for you. You've really taken off with this. So what are your duties as Queen of the Furrow?
For now, it's just kind of doing what I can out and about. I attend most of the Christmas parades that I can in Bruce County, a lot of the fairs and that, and especially Pumpkinfest, and just trying to drum up some more. And I've also been, last year I was at the Ripley parade. They had their parade in lieu of their fair.
Right.
So I was there as well. And just learning and meeting the other Queen of the Furrows around Ontario. I'm very good friends with the Huron County one as well.
Good. So how many so you go on to Ontario, how many would be there?
About 25 to 35 altogether, every county that has.
And do you have to do the same thing for Ontario?
Same thing again, yep.
Well, there you go. It's been quite a learning experience
Yes,
then
it
for
has.
you. Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You wear your crown ever so well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Have
for
a great
being
day.
at Pumpkinfest.
But what we didn't ask her was if she wanted to be weighed. No, no. All right. I'm trying. We could put her in like the watermelon category. She's got a shot. We talked a little bit about the Practically Hip. We're going to see them very shortly. Robin and I are both very proud to be able to bring our cars to the car show this year. We have a 1969 Pontiac Parisienne convertible, and Robin has a little bug, a 73 bug. That's just two of the cars. When we arrived at 8 o'clock this morning, there's 40 cars maybe down on Main Street. I believe there's about 200 registered for the day today. It is live on the site, like live here at Pumpkinfest. It's also virtual on the website. And here's an example of some more of the cars, classic cars, that you're going to be able to see both today and tomorrow as a part of Pumpkinfest. Have different versions of different things. So we do long gourds. Just leave that one there for a sec because we're going to talk about it. So long gourds are measured for height. In fact, we have a pretty good size one over here that we're going to show you very shortly. And then we have this version of a gourd. It's the same family. This one is called a bell gourd. I wonder why. It looks like a bell. So this done for weight is 130 pounds. If there's anybody watching in Europe right now, you probably are pretty familiar with that. In Europe, they're utilized for birdhouses and for literally alcohol storage. And here we're just growing it for weight and size. So that's a 130-pound bell gourd. We're going to try and get a long gourd. If we can get Morgan, yeah, can we bring that over? Because we're going to show you the difference between a bell gourd and something that comes from the same family, but that is grown. Yes?
Technically, it's a bushel gourd.
A bushel gourd, thank you. A bushel gourd. Yeah, be technical with me, because you know.
Like a giant pear.
It does. It probably doesn't taste.
But the world record one smell, get the snows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it doesn't taste anything like a pear. No. I guarantee that. All right, let's bring this over and stand it up. Can we? Okay. All right. So this is Phil's, or Dennis, sorry. Good. So this is Dennis's long gourd. It's 126 3/4 inches. So let's stand this up, or as high as whatever we can, just to give people an idea what that is. That's good. So this is a long gourd. It's actually grown, I'm going to say opposite, because it doesn't grow ground up. It grows top down, gets planted here on the top of a trellis, and then thanks to gravity and everything else, it grows this way. So it is, I think, the only thing we have here that doesn't grow in the ground. Am I correct? I think it is. Yes, but grows on a trellis. So that kind of gives you an idea. This is kind of opposite to what we normally see grown for height. I have heard of people, I don't know if, Dennis, you've ever done this, but I have heard of people that sliced it and fried it with butter. I don't know at this size whether it would be woody or not.
Yeah, I would think it would be a little woody.
A woody? Okay,
Yeah.
good. That's good to know.
A lot of frying.
That'd be a lot of frying? Well, if you got the time. I mean, that's what it is. There you go. We just wanted to show you what a long gourd looks like. It's completely different than just about anything else we're going to see here.
They do grow like 5 inches a day at least.
5 inches a day. Now, we know from the giant pumpkin standpoint, some of those could gain 30, 40, 50 pounds in a day at the tail end of their growth scale. 5 inches is probably close to that much.
Yeah, in 16 days it grew 80 inches.
In 16 days, 80 inches. So it didn't grow much until it took off.
Yeah, from 24 to over.
Wow. That's one of the more interesting things that we're going to see here today. Perfect. Thank you very much, Dennis. Appreciate that. Dennis Hartung out of Palmerston, Ontario. where apparently they grow weird things. Speaking of weird, well, not Robin. I'm not saying Robin's weird, but this tomato is weird, Robin. This is weird.
When I went to get it, so I got my mask on. Courtney talked earlier about having a little tomato. This is not hers. But yeah, this is the kind of tomatoes that they bring to Pumpkinfest. Again, not pretty, not one you'd want to eat. And you'll have to get the judge to see. I just took it off the table. But it definitely is on the leaderboard because it is a big tomato. Got a couple of other things over there that hopefully we can get somebody to kick because I have no idea what they are. One looks like a cabbage, but it doesn't have any leaves. One kind of looks like a carrot, but it's the size of a watermelon. So I don't know. I don't know what they are, but we'll find out and we'll bring them to you. And we'll put them on the screen for you to show you, other than pumpkins and squash and watermelon, the wonderful and weird things that growers bring to Pumpkinfest every year.
Well, thank you, Robin. Now, we're going to find out more about this in a few minutes. We're going to find out about this, which is a field pumpkin, a little bit different than the giant Atlantic pumpkins that we've been seeing, the ones that are grown for, well, currently over 1,700 pounds, which is our leader. All of that coming up as a part of the 2021 edition of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, as is, ladies and gentlemen, the Practically Hip.
It's just a little afternoon. It was in Buckingham where I saw the constellations reveal themselves one star at a time. I drove back to town this morning with working on my mind. I thought I may be quitting, thought of leaving it behind. But I went back to bed this morning, and as I'm pulling down the blind, yeah, the sky was dull and hypothetical, and falling one cloud at a time. That night in Toronto, with its checkerboard floors, riding on horseback and keeping order restored, till the man they couldn't hang stepped to the mic and sang, and their voices rang. After night, in the middle of that riot, couldn't get you off my mind. So We're at your house this morning, and it's a little after 9. 'Cause it was in Pumpkin where I saw the constellations reveal themselves one star at a time. Sweet city woman, sweet city woman.
Thanks to the Practically Hip, and Robin and I just took a look outside the building because, of course, we're inside the missionary church in Port Elgin, which was the original arena. So we don't get a chance to see kind of what's going on outside. Hi to all the people in the parking lot. And that's awesome. It's a big screen, so there's people checking out the vendors and grabbing something to eat and getting a table and watching the broadcast because you're going to get the Way Off live out there. Also, pumpkins and squash are being put on display here. So the fact that you can't see them getting weighed is a part of this, but we are putting them on what would be the north end of the building. And so the end towards where the rides are all located, where the midway is, you can see some of the pumpkins and squash and the other things that we've been weighing. So things are starting to pick up here as we've got a beautiful day. The car show is busy. The actual site of Pumpkinfest is super busy as well. Now, and remember, it's whatever you'd like to donate, so there is no admission price. Bring the family, come down, get a bite to eat. We'd love for you to make a donation because that's going to help Pumpkinfest continue to live from this point forward. And get a ride. I don't know, I didn't look out if funnel cakes are available again this year, but if they are, that's a definite must. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here today. So let's go through pumpkins. You plant one seed over here, you plant another seed over here, and you don't plant them outside. They're in a pot early when they germinate. Once the plant starts to grow, transplant it out into the field and then start growing. Then you start getting this kind of a thing. This is a vine, and this is baby pumpkins. So if we look at the plant, you can see the male portion of the plant right here. And you can tell it's a male because there's no little bulb on the end. So the female portion of the plant, which is over here, has that little bulb on it. The male portion you pull off when the female plant is open, rub it into there, use 2, 3, 4 plants to make sure that it gets pollinated, and then you push the flower closed so the bee can't get in there and pollinate it with a rose. Otherwise you get a very ugly pumpkin. And then that little pumpkin starts to grow. So this pumpkin that we see on the vine right now, that little pumpkin right there is 1 day old. From that to the giant pumpkins that we're seeing in a few months. It's not a long growing season. May 2-4 weekend is kind of when things get in the ground, and then we get to today where they've been picked today, yesterday, or the day before, depending on where you come from. We do have growers that come from Quebec. Theirs would have been picked yesterday. They traveled as far as Oshawa last night, and then the rest of the way here to Pumpkinfest today. We also have Jeff Warner, comes from Englehart, so that is way north. Check that out on a map. It's way up there. He stops in North Bay for what he calls his first pea stop, and then makes the trek the rest of the way down, and Jeff will never miss Pumpkinfest. So that's what we're seeing right here. This is little baby pumpkins as they start to grow, and this is just a very small part of a vine that in some cases takes up close to 1,200 square feet, about the size of a house. On the leaderboard right now, and this one came from the people that are currently leading the pumpkin category. So big thanks to Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton for bringing this in, so you get a chance to kind of see the stages of the growth of a pumpkin. And Bob and Elaine just weighed in their pumpkin at 1,700, 47.5 pounds. Nathan Hugendorn from Clinton in second place right now at 1325.5. And both of them said, we're not really sure we'll stay in the top 5. So we have some really big stuff to come, including what we believe will be our first 2,000-pound pumpkins in the history of Pumpkinfest. So I don't want to say we're just getting started. We're kind of sitting at the halfway point right now. They're staging another pumpkin for us right now to get it over here to the way off. So before we see the pumpkin, we get to talk to the parent of the pumpkin, the person who put in hours and hours and toiled and maybe even slept in the field with the pumpkin to make sure that it survived. Robin, did he sleep in the field?
Does take a lot of work, and trust me, on their way here, they are more comfortable than anybody else in the vehicle. They are treated very well because you spent this much time with it. You want to make sure it gets here safely. Duke is with us. Duke is a first-time grower. Woo! That is awesome. Kept himself busy, and you found out just how much work it is.
A lot of work.
So how much time did you spend with your pumpkin?
Well, at first it was like only like an hour, but after a while it was like a couple hours, and a couple hours, well, yeah, it was an all-day Saturday, and then you worry about it when you go to work, and then you come home and you have to prune and separate, and yeah, it was, I had a great time growing it. It was
Very
a
good.
pleasure.
And sorry, where are you from?
I'm from Hanover, Ayton area.
Okay. So not too far away.
Not too far, but I live in Kingston, but I was working up at the Bruce, so I had to do something with my spare time, so I decided to grow a pumpkin.
So where did you find the room to grow a pumpkin?
At my daughter's place.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Pumpkins do spread out quite well. So first time, it looks pretty good. Do you have a guess?
I would just be happy if it was over 500, you know.
Again, when they're smaller, sometimes the walls are thicker and they're heavier.
I know. I couldn't believe how big it grew. It just got bigger and bigger and bigger.
So then, do you think it's something you're going to try again?
Oh, most definitely, but you know, it is a lot of work. And
did you get any ideas off the internet? How did you?
No,
know what
I just
to do?
there was a friend of mine, Dave McCallum, who gave me some. He didn't tell me how to do it. He just told me, you know, you do this, you do that, you do this, and yeah, I thought I'd see him out at the patch, but I never did see him.
Got you
out
started
there.
though. That's a good place. And now that you've been bitten by the bug, as it were, I'm sure you can go on the Growers Association website and.
I was quite nervous on the drive over here. I was in the lead truck, and you know, you'd think I had the pumpkin on the back because I was slowing down for the bumps, and
he had the long line behind him.
I was just glad to get here, and it was a pleasure.
Well, you did, and it's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us at Pumpkinfest. Look forward to seeing you many, many years into the future.
Thank
so head back around over to where Dave is, and we'll see how well you did in your first effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We love first-time growers because they must be initiated into Pumpkinfest. Now, we've done a very special initiation thing for 26 plus years. So in just a moment, you at home, wherever you're watching the broadcast, will get to experience the initiation competition for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. It may or may not make you want to be a grower. I don't really know, but it's fun. You have to go through it so that, oh, where is he going? Come on over here. Come on over here. You get to see your pumpkin get weighed from up nice and close. I graduated, no, I didn't graduate JDSS. I went to grade 11 at JDSS. Hi, Hanover people. How are you? Good? All right, so stand up nice and close to the microphone. Yeah, you can pull that down. So there is a very special thing that we do for all new growers. Are you ready? Ready. You have to guess the weight of that pumpkin. Wait, not yet. If you're within 50 pounds, just move up a little bit for me, to this microphone right here, perfect, that's great. If you're within 50 pounds, high or low of the weight of your pumpkin, no big deal, you'll walk away scot-free. If you're not, you must do the grower's initiation.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
You should be very afraid to ask. So before we get going, weight of the pumpkin.
538.
538, you heard it, 538. All right, let's get that pumpkin up here. You stay right there close to the microphone because I either want to hear your happiness or sadness. I don't know which way this is gonna go. First time growing, that's a great first time effort. 500 pounds for your first effort is fantastic. 538, if I remember correctly, so you've got 588 or 4 something, and we know you're gonna go on the high side. And what did you guess again?
538.
538.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Give him a round of applause. First time grower, 578. Congratulations. Oh, I'm so disappointed.
Why?
Because I wanted to see you.
Now do you have to do the dance now?
I would do it with you anyway. Are you ready? You're going to do it anyway because you want to be initiated into the grower fraternity. We're going to get a picture of you with it anyway. And then I'm going to ask you if you will volunteer to take the initiation.
I volunteer.
He's going to volunteer. We've never had this before. I actually don't know how to react. You're going to volunteer to do it? Okay, wait till, come on up here. Come on up here.
Good.
Yep, mask up. You're going to be over here. Perfect. Come on, stand right here. I'll stand over here. Here's the initiation. We call it Pumpkinfest Bum Dance. Here's how it works. You turn around, gradually increase the height of the back of your shirt, protrude ever so slightly, and then just give it a nice little wiggle. It's nothing big. It's nothing big, but it is going to be entertaining for, there's somebody right now watching in southern Florida wondering why we do this anyway. Okay, turn around.
A lot of people.
Turn around.
Okay.
Here we go. Then you can get your picture taken. Turn around. Okay. Initiation, brand new grower. Here we go. Hawk it up a little bit. The ladies like this part. Yeah, oh my goodness. So this is not your first time. This is, all right, stop. So I haven't had anybody enjoy it before. Congratulations. Duke, come and get your photo taken with your pumpkin, and there is no shame in enjoying what you're doing, and Duke absolutely enjoyed what he just did. Duke is now officially a Port Elgin Pumpkinfest grower. You're in. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I want to apologize to Duke's family and to anyone watching, quite frankly, at what you did a great job. You did a great job. Thank you very much for having fun. Thank you for joining us online for Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. You can be here. The site is open. You can't come in the way off part, but you can experience all the fun that Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest has. Now, do you want to see what actual carvings of a pumpkin look like? Because they may not look like what you think of when it comes to carving a pumpkin. But these people are doing it for a competition to see who is the most creative. Let's take a look at this year's pumpkin carving contest. So this is what happens after I get excited for a new person coming in to do this. We kick the camera. We have a camera that's right on the ground here that gives you a really cool shot of the underside of the pumpkins and squash. My fault. CTRE, great people. They ran out and got it all fixed up, so you're gonna still get the great shot of that as we bring things in. I just talked to someone. We probably have 11 or 12 more pumpkins and squash. And now, there's a purpose behind what we do. Remember, they're gonna get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. And we're hoping 2,000 pound mark. So for people who are here on the site, thanks for joining us. For those of you who are watching at home, thank you. Hi to Thunder Bay. I don't know if Graham and Grandpa are still watching. Hi in Thunder Bay. Hi to Tracy and family. They're in Midland, I believe. My dad, hi in Leamington. I don't know if my sister's watching. Hi in Kingsville. Hi in everywhere. You guys are watching from all over the place. And why you're doing that is because this is one of the coolest events that happens in this area. But because of that, we have lots of people that are involved. And Robin, some of those people, well, they all deserve to be recognized for what they've done for this event. Sponsors during this COVID time, very difficult, but they've stuck by us. So Robin Woods is here to tell us about some of that.
It definitely is a community event, and you couldn't do it without everybody's help. And we are all enjoying some delicious lunch. I have to say a big thank you to Vanderwood's Independent, as well as the Chantry Center, who packed it all up. Got some delicious sandwiches and a juice box and veggies and nice little, I saw brownies in there in my bag anyway for dessert and piece of fruit. I have to say a big thank you, of course, to Bruce Power, who is a part of the Way Off Center always. Shankart Law is officially the sponsor of the Midway, which is nicely going outside. We have got the OLG, Cinderella's Carriage Car Show, very much a part of that. The Mega Bingo we mentioned earlier, make sure you get your cards. Still plenty of time to do that. That's going to start at 6 o'clock. The gates are open until 6 today, and you come in either through Market Street to the north or Gustavus Street right here behind us. It's not like you have to go in one side, out the other. Just make sure you are wearing your mask so that everybody stays safe. But the Midway going, the car show downtown, we have got vendors behind us, not only food, but some items to be bought as well. So it is by donation. We appreciate you joining us if you can. The big screens are outside. It is just a beautiful day, which we are always thankful for, because as we have mentioned, we have gone through the gambit of weather here with Pumpkinfest. As well, tomorrow going to be open from 11 until 4, and we do have the driving car show, which you can watch online as well. We still have got so many pumpkins to do. We have got other very interesting things that, quite honestly, we're not sure what they are, but they are being weighed, they are being measured, and we are going to bring those to you. It is, I can hear, obviously we've got the crew here doing the video, which thank you so much. It is crazy. They're flying by the seat of their pants, but they're doing a great job. But I can hear them in my ear going, holy cow, because there's a couple of them who haven't been here before. It is crazy what people grow and how big they can get them. And I am interested in this because nobody knew quite what this was. So let's find out what is on the scale.
What we're going to be looking at here. Chris Lyons, nobody's going to recognize you with the beard and the mustache going.
Yeah, well, things have changed over the last year. A lot of things.
They have. We've all gone through a lot of stuff. Tell me what this is.
That's a Mangold Wurzel, which is also known as a fodder beet. They're grown as a. They're more popular in Europe. They're very popular in Europe, and they're grown for cattle feed or livestock feed.
Is it the beet family? Because that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's different varieties. There's a red one, and then there's a yellow one.
And so I have to ask, how do you find seed for this if it's really not a native North American thing?
Well, I have a mutual grower in the Netherlands, Brad Worston, and he grows them, and he hooked me up with seeds and actually sent seeds over for me.
Oh, okay.
Last year, yeah.
Wow. And is there, I would have no idea, is there a Canadian record? Is there a world record? Is there a...
The Canadian record is 62 something. I had a 60 pounder last year. So this one isn't, this was about 8 pounds less.
Still, 52.5 pounds.
Yeah, it's nice. Is there anything you can do with that, or is that strictly for seed and we're going to try it again next year? If I find somebody who can, I'm actually going to offer it to somebody for a display, but I mean, for me, there's no use for it.
Right.
So.
Wow. Thank you very much. I don't know what else to say. Sometimes we get really weird looking stuff at Pumpkinfest.
They're always, these things are always pretty weird.
Yeah.
There's another one coming in too.
Of the same variety.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna let you get, is this yours?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, all right. Well, I don't know, Chris is gonna take this off the scale, but then I gotta send you over so you gotta see the lovely Robin, and then you can come back. Wow, and we get to see so many different, do you wanna go head over if you wanna see her, and then we'll get your pumpkin ready to come onto the scale. So last year, Chris, she's right over there in the gray one, or in the green square. Yeah, no problem. Chris is he's got some other stuff, so he'll take it over to see Robin in a second. Last year, Chris and Jane and Phil Hunt got together. They grew our largest pumpkin here at Pumpkinfest. While we're waiting for Chris to get over to see Robin, we have more celebrities that took the time to spit. And if they took the time to do it, you should take the time to watch it. Here's Nathan Schubert.
Hey guys, I'm Nathan Schubert with the Bayshore Broadcasting News team. I'm here competing in the Port Elgin Pumpkin Spitting Seed Challenge. Let's go.
All right, let's see it. All right, you are at 14 feet 9 inches.
Woo!
Not often that you say the words, congratulations on your spit. Good job, Nathan. All right, we had a chance to meet Chris Lyons a couple of minutes ago. A little more detailed information as Robin checks in with the bearded one.
Although I have to say first, again, hearing in my ear, making funny of people who don't spit that far. Yeah, don't make fun until you try it yourself. You're just happy if it doesn't dribble off your chin. Really, that's all you're hoping. So Chris is with us with his tomato. Not as big as last year, but
big enough. I was happy with it.
And it turned out to be
5.55.
It's ridiculous.
That's a big tomato.
Yeah, it is.
Do you do anything specifically with the tomatoes, or you just let them go?
Well, for these ones, this is actually the third one off one plant. I had 3 on it. I had a 7.88, a 5.97, and then this one 5.55.
Nice.
Over about a 4-week period.
Right.
So.
But you don't, is it a special breed?
Oh,
or?
yes, yeah, I hunt them
So
down.
my tomatoes aren't going to do that.
Nope.
I'm going to have to talk to Chris a little bit more. So what did you bring beside your tomato? Oh, you had the...
Bengal Wurzel.
Yeah.
And the pumpkin they're going to weigh.
That is a big pumpkin. How was your growing season overall?
Overall, it was tough to navigate. We had some really up and down in the weather extremes. We had drought, and then we had too much rain, then we had cold in July. Like right in the peak growth period, we were hit by we were down to +5 for 2 nights, and only like 17 during the day, and it slowed them right down.
It was a crazy year.
Yeah.
It was one extreme to the other.
Yeah. And then we had this beautiful September that was perfect, but by that time my plants had so much disease in the soil, and the plants didn't really, they could have been much bigger or heavier, but I probably lost about 100 pounds because of the disease.
My goodness.
It's just the growth, it slowed down prematurely, and so but I'm happy with, just the fact that I got this guy here is.
Yes, you got to imagine the vehicles they have to use to get these here, and this is one we were talking about earlier with the harness, because when they get bigger, they start to go down and out.
Yeah.
Yours is quite out.
Yeah, it has to be trailered.
So yeah, but it looks great. Any guess?
The tractor driver said it felt pretty heavy.
Oh.
So.
Well, they would know. They're lifting them all.
He said it was the heaviest one he's picked up so far. So.
Oh, well,
but
there you
I
go.
don't know how, that's just
You didn't measure, you didn't make a guess?
Well,
because you had the heaviest squash last year, right? Was it squash?
Actually, it was me and Phil and Jane had heaviest pumpkin.
Yes, they had the pumpkin.
Yeah.
But you had squash,
No.
right? No, you didn't.
No.
You had second place. What did you have?
Pumpkin. Me, Phil, and Jane. It was a
Oh, the
team.
3 of you. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. It's getting long in the day. All right. Thank you, Chris, as always, for being here. You've been a part of Pumpkinfest for so many years. So you didn't team up with them this year?
No, we did separately.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Well, you get more pumpkins that way. So head on over back to Dave, and good luck.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, let's bring that thing up here. This is Chris's pumpkin. Back into the green square, my friend. Yeah, you can take it with you. Actually, if the price of bacon stays up, I won't be able to use it. All right, come stand right here, right as close as you can to that mic. Great job with a pumpkin. Now, top 1, top 2, 1,700 plus to be our leader. This is, as the color goes, this is the most orange we have seen here this year, especially around the top of it. Pretty traditionally, pumpkins that try to make themselves pie usually weigh heavy. As they squish down, it squishes the air out, and then the size of the outside of the pumpkin tends to get pretty thick. It looks like this one is going to settle in for second place on the leaderboard right now at 1,668 pounds for Chris Lyons. So now the big question, I know that you guys probably had a good idea. You did the measurements, etc. before you came. Weighed light, weighed heavy?
A little bit heavy.
A little bit heavy.
1 or 2%.
Yeah, not very much. Awesome. I love the color of this. In particular, The color, and I know it's kind of the opposite side of the camera, right in here is a very vibrant orange. Chris Lyons, a long time grower with Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Thank you very much, Chris, as always. Our son is now going to school at Centennial College in Scarborough. So if he needs a place to live, I'll have him give you a phone call. Fantastic job by Chris Lyons. I see the Hunt standing over there. So we're going to meet Phil and Jane Hunt in just a moment. The combination of the person we just saw, Chris Lyons, and Phil and Jane were last year's champion. Well, let's talk a little bit about that a little bit later on. But we also want to say thanks to a couple of the big sponsors of this event. In particular, big thanks to our partners being Bruce Telecom and the Lottery Gaming Corporation.
Hey, it's the team at Bruce Telecom, and we're so happy to once again be a gold sponsor for this year's Pumpkinfest.
Thanks to all the participants of the Bruce Telecom Harvest Star Search. We look forward to seeing all the performances each year.
And thank you so much to the Pumpkinfest committee and all the volunteers that made this happen. We couldn't be more proud to be a part of it.
Tells us where we're going. So right now they're running a video. With the virtual, there's the entertainment, the scene spitting, it's all recorded. So, yeah, and the music too or something.
Inside the Port Elgin Missionary Church for the 2021 edition of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. I'm Dave Middleton. I'm kind of your host in this area. Lovely and talented radio personality Robin Woods from 97.9 The Bruce is right over there with some of my favorite people. If you can't have fun in an interview with Phil and Jane Hunt, you're not trying. Have fun.
Well, we were talking earlier about how the Court family has the family competition. You guys have a competition with Chris. Last year you teamed up,
Yes.
which turned out very well for everybody involved. But this year you grow in the same area, so now it is the competition of the pumpkin patch.
Yes, and they're both pumpkins were taping pretty close to the same size, so it'll all come down to the scale today.
Now, did you bring anything else besides the pumpkin this year, or how
we got
things?
a beet, Wenzel, whatever you want to call them things.
Wenzel.
Beet.
I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Whatever you call them.
And we got a tomato too.
Is the other tomato on the table yours?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah, over there.
It has yet to be.
Yes.
It has been a challenging year, definitely.
Yes. It has been a challenge.
You guys have been doing it for a long time. Have you had this kind of struggle in a year for a while? It's been a while. Most of them have been decent years.
Yeah, the year's been kind of challenging. We had a lot of rain early, and we had a lot of hail, and then we had a little cold spell in July, which almost shut the growth down by probably 75% for a couple of days. And then when the pumpkins started back up, they never did get up to their maximum growing that they should have. Because normally we can get 30 to 40 pounds for several weeks. We get that a day, every day. But we got that cold weather and it just dropped the temperatures down, and we were getting weight gains of 10 pounds a day, which was...
That's a big difference.
Yeah, and then you lose that over several days, and then the weight gains don't go back up to that 30 and 40 pounds. They stay down into the mid-20s, so that was our biggest downfall this year, I think.
It was weird. We had such a hot August,
Yeah,
which normally happens in July.
Yeah. But
So
we just little things, like 2 days of cold temperatures. It went down to, I think, 6 degrees at our place at night, and that was enough to shut the growth down for them 2 days. So.
Right, but still, Chris, now did I hear you say that's a personal best for him?
I think it is, yes. I think it is.
Yes. So that's all right in a challenging year.
Yes, I'd be more than happy with that.
So are you're thinking that it's pretty close?
I think we're pretty close to his weight. I don't know what it's going to be.
Two totally different shaped pumpkins altogether.
Yeah, his is all.
Yeah, his
low
really
and
went
flat,
out wide.
His
and
is
ours
wide,
is
flat,
round
and round and.
So
yours looks prettier. You could.
Yeah,
we'll see.
As pumpkins go.
As pumpkins go, yes.
Shape-wise.
Shape-wise,
So there you go. You win that part of the competition.
Yeah.
That's as much. So we got some watermelons over there. Gives you time to wander back around. I take it that's your pumpkin that's being loaded over there?
Yeah, they're loading their pumpkin now.
Awesome. So make your way around the barrier.
All right. Thanks,
and
Mom.
thank you ever so much. The hunts have been apart. You guys, how many years? You've been
25 anyways.
25 at least. Happy anniversary. You too.
All right, we're back at the weigh scale, and actually we have Court's watermelon going on to here. So Courtney just came in at 160 pounds. Not Courtney. Courtney's watermelon. And Doug's watermelon comes in at 140, not a personal best, and lower than Courtney's. So in the family competition, Doug now buys dinner. So the worst part about that is Doug doesn't make more money in the competition. It cost a same amount of money to grow the watermelon, and now Doug costs more money to take her out for dinner because he can't take Courtney out without taking Louise out. It's just becoming a big bad thing for Doug now. It's just not going well. On to the leaderboard. Watermelon 126.5 is Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton, and Louise Cord at 104.5. She's now going to move down the board to 4th position, as the 2 watermelons we just did are going to move into 2nd and 3rd spot. The field pumpkin, which is kind of more like the pumpkin that you're used to seeing. The field pumpkin currently leader is Dennis Hartung out of Palmerston at 108.5 pounds. Chris Lyons is our leading tomato, 5.5 pounds. We had a good chance to see that. Dennis Hartung leading our long gourd competition. So that's a gourd that's grown for height, 126 3/4 inches. In the sunflower category, Andy Jacoby out of Southampton, 196.5 inch tall sunflower. And little Adriana Carruthers from Port Elgin in at 91 inches in her first attempt. We also want to congratulate so far Dennis Hartung with our big Marrow, 75.1 pounds, and the Mangle Wurzel. We met Chris Lyons a couple of people ago, and the Mangle Wurzel at 52.5 pounds. And now, for those of you that like big pumpkins, here's another big one. Let's bring Phil and Jane Hunt in. Oh, Phil's busy right now. Jane, if you can get his attention, you guys can come in here. Phil, if one of you guys stand up close to that microphone. Okay. Perfect. While we, now this is what? This is a mango wurzel as well. All right.
So Chris told me.
That's what. The scale showing in at 48 pounds. As Chris mentioned earlier, I believe the record is around 62, but that's still, I mean, I don't know my mango wurzels, but I'm gonna say that's a pretty good one. Yeah, yeah, really. And now we're gonna bring out your pumpkin. So this is truly the competition between you guys and Chris Lyons.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Is there anything big on the line? Like,
no,
just
pride.
bragging rights?
Pride.
All right. Well, let's be honest. None of us have pride.
No,
Look at
no.
us.
That's it.
All right. This is a big, giant pumpkin. These are giant Atlantic pumpkins. It's a completely different strain than what you're used to seeing at the grocery store or even the 100-pound field pumpkins. These are completely different. They have strictly been bred to grow big. Started on the east coast of Canada, actually, and then have now become worldwide. So that's what this competition is all about. They are called giant Atlantic pumpkins. If you want more information, you can Google that or check out the Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest website, pumpkinfest.org. Grower seminars, all sorts of other things available on the website. Could this be our first ever 2,000 pounder?
No.
They don't think so.
No, not this year.
Don't think so. All right. Chris's did the same thing and weighed a little bit heavy.
Well, I'm hoping for that.
All right, let's hope for heavy. That's, you know what? This is the only time you and I are going to say that. I hope I'm heavier.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. On to the weigh scale. We'll talk a little bit about the sling that we use in just a few minutes, because it is very unique to Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest, now used worldwide, but originally put together by our friends at Bruce Power. And we thank them very much for the ingenuity to get this thing together, because we would have some very tired people moving pumpkins around.
I don't know, 1,500? Oh, no.
Well, this one maybe went the other way a little bit. Yeah. Surprising, but I believe that's going to come up to third on the leaderboard right now. At 1,523.5 pounds. Woo. And I believe, indeed, that is going to come up to third spot on the leaderboard. Give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations. It's crazy when you think about this. Remember the years that we couldn't get a 1,000-pounder?
Yeah.
And now you get a 1,550-pound pumpkin and you're like, oh, is that?
Might not make the top 5.
Yeah, it's crazy how this has gone. Well, congratulations. It's always good to see you guys.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Dave.
much for staying with
Always
Pumpkin
pleasure.
Fest. And come on up here and get your picture taken. Third position now goes to Phil and Jane Hunt, 1,523.5 pounds for their giant Atlantic pumpkin, and there's bigger to come. But before we get to that, let's check out more of the folks who took part in this year's Harvest Star competition.
Thanks, Dave. Always a pleasure.
They're so nice. Come in. It's the 2021 edition of Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. I'm Dave Middleton. Robin Woods is here as well. We'll go to her in just a moment. Just a reminder that it is open. So here at Pumpkin Fest this year in Port Elgin, Ontario, Canada, and I got to be pretty specific because we've got viewers all over the world right now, so thank you for joining us for that. If you're coming to Pumpkin Fest, by donation this year, so whatever you feel is comfortable for you to give, you can certainly do that at the gate. Come on in and enjoy all of the things that we have going on. We got rides for the kids, pumpkins and squash on display, lots of things happening here on site. Our Cinderella Carriage Classic Car Show happening downtown up until 3 o'clock today, and then tomorrow is becoming a driving car show. So if that sounds busy enough, we got lots of other things happening. Robin Woods, what else is happening? That's not it.
We have got something that has become quite popular over the last few years with the Mega Bingo along with the Lions Club. That's going to start at 6 o'clock tonight, so still plenty of time for you to get out there and get your bingo cards. They are available at Port Elgin Giant Tiger, at Vanderwerf's Independent, at Southampton Foodland, at Paisley Fresh Mart, Pizza Delight in Port Elgin. You can watch that on Bruce Telecom Channel 1, on Eastlink Channel 10, and the YouTube by entering Port Elgin Lions Club. They have got over $5,000 in prizes to be given away today, so make sure you get your bingo cards for that. The car show going on downtown, and it is virtual. You can see them online, but you can see them here. It is so nice to have these things running once again. A step closer to where we want to be. In saying that, making sure that you're wearing your mask when you come to see us, but the OLG, Cinderella's Carriage Virtual Car Show, and the physical one downtown. I do believe they were going from Gustavus over to Market, which is where the entrances are, so you should be able to see that. It is by donation, as Dave said, till 6 today and 11 until 4 tomorrow. And then Vanderwerf's, your independent grocer, not only feeding us ever so nicely, but are presenting the Fall Colors Tour tomorrow. Make sure you go to the website, pumpkinfest.org. You're going to find all this stuff there, but you'll see the map where the tour is going to be. So you can find yourself a spot, watch the cars go by. It is going to be a whole lot of fun. I do believe we are leaving at 11 tomorrow. So that is just one of the many things that are going on. As I said, it's so nice that we're able to do some things in person once again. So make sure you come here. As we mentioned earlier, our kids always loved Pumpkin Fest. It was their birthday, it was Christmas, it was Pumpkin Fest, and they still come. They still come to see us and see the big vegetables.
Back here at the Way Off area, so we just want to kind of give you an idea of how long we've been doing this. So we started Pumpkin Fest when he was this big. So these are our grandchildren. Oh, that's okay, they're not going to come up. So this is Addie, wave at the camera. And then this is Blakely, Addie is almost 4, and Blakely is 12 weeks. And then this is Kara, who is the fiance of our oldest son, Tyler. So this is a family affair, and they've come down to just enjoy some fun. Did you go on the rides yet? Not yet? Not yet. Okay, but you're going to go on the rides, right? Yeah. You're going to go, oh yeah, this is a new shirt. Look at the new shirt. Because when you have to come, this is the family part of Pumpkin Fest. You have to come to Pumpkin Fest, right? Right? Good. Are you going to go see Nana? Yeah. All right. You guys go see Nana, go have some fun. Thank you very much for stopping by. Be careful, don't trip. She's going. Go see Nana. All right, there you go. Go have fun. Go have fun. You can go with them. You got to go. No, because you're going to, after they talk to Robin, you guys go with them too. You will, but you got to talk to her first. We make you work before you get the fun. I know. It's a hard job. It's a hard job. Follow them and then go see Nana. That's what it's about. It's Pumpkin Fest. It's family. You come home. Our youngest, Jack, I think they play baseball today. He pitches for Centennial College in Scarborough. So I don't know if they're playing baseball right now or not, but he didn't come home. But you got to come home to Port Elgin when it's Pumpkin Fest weekend because it is a family affair. So you got to come home and you got to be a part of this. We've got another pumpkin. We've got another grower that's going to go talk to Robin in just a minute. And we talked about this band a little bit earlier. They are one of the best bands still in the province of Ontario. Mike Oberle spends a lot of time in this community on his houseboat. Because of that, a lot of members of the band spent a lot of time in this community as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love Lulu's Roadhouse Band.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No, no. Hold it up. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No, no. I don't know why you're not there. I'll give you my love, but you don't care. What is right, what is wrong? Just give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Okay, ladies, you gotta help us here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. High singing dudes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know what can I do. Else can I say it's up to you. I know just me and you. Just give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No, no. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Okay, ladies, here it is. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. You'll sing it now. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I know it's a stupid song. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Don't hurt me, hurt me. Don't hurt me, hurt me. I want no other lover. This is a lie, kind of time. Get together, feeling forever.
I am really glad that you couldn't see us dancing while that was on. It wasn't a pretty sight. What is a pretty sight? Do I refer to him as like the mayor of Barrie? He kind of is. All right, we've got another big pumpkin, and by the way, from this point on, they're all going to compete for the championship. Robin Woods is with another one of our longtime growers and top competitors.
They have been here longer than we have, and we were discussing, I think it's 26, 27 years. No, it's 27, 28 years that we've been doing it. And you guys, how long? Do you even know?
No.
How long you have been coming? No, they don't even.
I'd have
But-
to look at the first trophy.
Wow, look at that. That's confidence. I like that. And 60 years married, Dave, this year. He survived. He made it through.
I survived.
Oh, you survived. Well, you both survived.
No, it was 60 years of torture.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. You guys are awesome. And certainly, the pumpkin, you say you had some trouble with your first one.
Yeah.
And it wasn't what everybody else is having trouble with rot. You had the critters. What happened to your first one?
It's a damn squirrel like this.
Squirrels. Oh.
Took the whole pumpkin.
So it
Bit it right off.
actually started as a pumpkin. It wasn't the fly. They took the pumpkin.
No.
It was growing. It was a good size already. It
Right.
took it.
Bigger than a fist.
And they just took it.
But you know what I did to the squirrel?
What?
I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
I taught it scuba diving.
I see. Okay. Moving on.
You can't say
So
that
this
word
one,
right.
normally you are a contender for the top of the leaderboard, the trophies, as you mentioned. However, because of that, you got a late start with this one. So maybe not quite as big as you would normally bring to Pumpkinfest. Do you have a guess what it might be at?
Yeah, between 1,200 and 1,300.
That's a small effort for them.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful color.
Yep.
Absolutely gorgeous color. The stem is massive on the thing. It should be a good one for you. You'll definitely get on the leaderboard,
Yeah.
but always great seeing you. Love that you're
Let's
here
hope
every
the
year.
walls are thick.
The wall, I'm sure they are. Think thick, think thick. Make yourself head around and head over to Dave, and good luck with the pumpkin, and always nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Don't forget to check the leaderboard. You can do that on pumpkinfest.org, where you would find out that Bob and Elaine McKenzie of Tiverton are leading the pumpkin category at 1747 and a half. But we've got a lot of big pumpkins to come. Look at the color of this. This is the one you were talking about, and they always have beautiful color. That is, if you could pick, if you guys can come right up into that green square, look at it. That is absolutely the most orange we have seen again today. You guys take a lot of pride though. You take pride in having orange pumpkins. Yeah, it does. It looks beautiful. Now we're gonna see if it weighs beautiful. How long have you been married now?
60.
60 years.
Torture.
You are so lucky.
Here. Do we have to do a square dance or something?
You don't have. You want a square dance?
No,
you
I
can.
couldn't.
You are definitely not first-time growers. I will give you that. What's the heaviest you've ever done?
1734.
1734. All right, we didn't get that this year, but I'm going to tell you that when somebody says who had the nicest color, it's not even a competition this year so far. That is orange. Give them a round of applause. So close to 1,300, $12.99 and a half. Congratulations. It's always
between 1,200 and 1,300.
You said between 12 and 30. That's $100 difference though. You gave yourself a lot of wiggle room.
Well, I've measured out to 1,200.
All right, there you go. Come get your photo taken. Congratulations. The Haynes are at $12.99 and a half. We're gonna slot them in at 5th position on the leaderboard right now. So right now, top 5. As I look at the pumpkins that are being unloaded at this very moment, they're not long for the top 5. We are gonna have a 1,400-pound leaderboard pretty quickly, and who knows where it's going to go from there. But we appreciate you joining us once again for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, the 2021 edition, combination of what's happening online, our virtual Way Off and other events that are going on. We couldn't even have our celebrities in this year to do the seed spitting contest. And now I gotta say, I don't know if this celebrity has ever participated in seed spitting before, but if anybody should be able to do it, this guy has a sports background that should allow him to be champion every year he does it. Ladies and gentlemen, with his seed spit, the great Fred Wallace.
Hey everybody, I'm Freddie Wallace from 560 CFOS, and I am competing in the pumpkin seed spitting contest for the Mighty 560.
All right, let's see it. Well, that went well past. That is most likely a winner. You are at 21 feet, 5 inches.
Hey, that's a good attempt. I mean, I think, like I said, I think it was the first time he's ever done it, so 12 feet and a bit. And you've got to know Fred Wallace would promote Ryerson, 21 feet, sorry. Ryerson, you know he's going to promote Ryerson, because like he always does. Fred Wallace, voice of the Owen Sound Attack. He is the voice of sports throughout Gray and Bruce, and thanks very much to Fred for doing that. We got a whole bunch of seed spitting to come. We got more bands to come. You name it, we got stuff happening. Here at Pumpkinfest on site, we actually have, of course, the Way Off going on. Lots of people that are just literally outside the west door of the Port Elgin Missionary Church, which is where we're broadcasting actually live from. We're on the big screen out there, so hi to those of you that are grabbing a bite to eat before you venture in through the rest of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Robin, bingo. Bingo is huge. If we could turn Pumpkinfest bingo into full body contact, it would happen. It would happen. Get your bingo cards. They're still available, right?
They are still available because they're not playing bingo until 6. So, time for you to get that card. Again, we have got $5,450 that's going to be given away tonight. You might as well take your share if you can. Get those cards at the Port Elgin Giant Tiger, Vanderwerf's Independent, Southampton Foodland, Paisley Fresh Mart, Pizza Delight in Port Elgin, and you can watch that on Bruce Telecom Channel 1, Eastlink Channel 10, and on YouTube. All you have to do is type out Port Elgin Lions Club. It is going to be a lot of fun starting at 6 o'clock tonight.
I don't know that we don't have our bingo card yet. Okay, all right. We need the bingo card, we need the cash. If you're coming here to Pumpkinfest, we love for you to enjoy everything that's going on, the car show downtown, etc. Unfortunately, we don't have this particular band playing in the facility. I don't know if they're one of the bands, because we've got a couple of different locations that live bands are playing actually during Pumpkinfest. But this band did perform for us ahead of time, put it on tape. We are glad that they did. The song is called I'm Going, I'm Not Coming Back. Please come back. The Jugheads.
I'd rather be in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be in some big city in a small room with a girl on my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, take me far on down the track. Well, I'm going away, I'm leaving today, I'm going and I ain't coming back. I'd rather be in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be home alone, knowing that you're gone will cause me to lose my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, take me far on down the track. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. James coming. Well, I'd rather be in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be home alone, knowing that you're gone will cause me to lose my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, take me far on down the track. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but ain't coming back. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back.
Can you imagine being in a field full of these? So this is what a vine looks like. That's the root that's in the ground, the vine that goes about 20 feet and leads to something like that. And the person responsible for this, to grow that, is now with Robin Woods.
We are over here with Paul from Maryhill, which is around
between Guelph and Waterloo.
There you go. How did your growing season go?
Well, it went pretty well. I had a very healthy plant. The pumpkin didn't get as big as I hoped it would, but the plant was healthy all season. And
That's good. Did you have the rain that's plagued us up here?
We did. We've got fairly sandy soil, and I have it kind of hilled up, so the rain doesn't hurt me. It gets away.
Very good. So you brought your Marrow was right before, right? I think it was probably being weighed behind Dave there.
Yes.
Turned out to be
24 pounds.
Nice, I think. If we look at the leaderboard, they are leading up there. And you never tried a Marrow before?
I never grew a Marrow before, no.
Wouldn't that be cool if you end up winning that?
It would.
Did you do anything special with the Marrow?
No,
or
it was a different garden. It was at home. I just planted it and left it. And I just trimmed off all the other.
So imagine what would happen if you actually paid attention to that Marrow.
I don't know.
I don't know if they take any, they like the attention like pumpkins do or not. Did you measure this one out? Do you have an idea?
It's measured at 390. So that's just over 1,200 pounds.
So there you 1,200 is the guess. Let's wait and see. At least get you on the leaderboard. Thank you for being here yet again. And head back over, well, I'll get you to go around and head back over to Dave and we'll see how your pumpkin fared.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just like that, it's kind of magic. Here's the pumpkin. Now, he says it measured in at 1,200. I personally think it's going to go a little bit heavier than that. We're going to need something around 1,300 to get into the top 5 of 13 and a half. We want to congratulate everybody who's taken part so far in Pumpkinfest. We got another amazing leaderboard. To get into the top 5, you need about 808 according to that leaderboard. This is definitely going to be bigger than that. Come on up into here, Peter. All right, and nice and close to that microphone. Nope, this one. So we can get a nice shot of you. Come in a little closer. Excellent. All right, you said 1,200.
That's what it measures, yeah. Well, I had an old chart, didn't have it, so I'm just I'm hoping it'll be more than that.
As soon as I looked at that, my first thought was 14.
Okay.
Just with the way things are going today.
There we go.
And it's way heavy.
Yeah.
And that means we've got excellent seed inside there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hear people talking about clones, and I've got a nice branch, and I'm not sure. I've never done that before, and I'm not sure how that would work out to keep a plant growing all winter.
Right.
And then plant again in the spring.
It's an interesting
just
thought.
something I've been thinking about because I have this really nice branch growing.
Probably because you haven't put enough hours in now. How about that? 1404 and a half. That pumpkin is almost 200 pounds heavy from the measurement. That is good seed, and that's what we look for. If the pumpkin measures to be 1,200, but we put it on the scale and it's 1,400, that is the kind of seed that we want to be able to clone over and over and over again. Give him a nice round of applause. Paul Detweiler is going to go on to the leaderboard, and he's going to slide all the way up to 4th position now with that pumpkin. Congratulations. That is a great effort, great chance to get the seed out of that. Remember, this is all about the same kind of things that you talked about in science class. It's all about taking this seed and this seed, putting them together and seeing what you get. And if you get something bigger, you've got something that you can work with. So a big congratulations to Paul. He has done himself proud. He moves up to 4th place on the leaderboard. One of the other competitions that has been a part of Pumpkinfest for a long time is the Harvest Star Search Competition, trying to find the next big entertainment in this area. And we have another contestant for you right now. Play the music.
Oh, all gone.
All right. But that is Pumpkinfest. The music comes on. If you're on site and you're in the parking lot watching the big screen, it's okay to get up and dance and have fun. It's okay to teach the kids. Pumpkinfest is about having fun. It's okay to tell them about that kind of stuff. Again, a big thanks to Bruce Power. Bruce Power, one more time.
That chair is unstable.
Coming through and helping us with
that chair is not stable.
Pumpkinfest. Bruce Power has one more time sponsored our way off area. thank you guys so much, and ladies, so much for what you do for Pumpkinfest and for our community. We appreciate that a lot. So the story that I tell every year, and I'm going to do it for you right now, about the value of the seeds from pumpkins. So we just had a world record pumpkin happen about a week ago in Italy, and that pumpkin came in at 2,700 pounds. We're going to see if we can pull up the video, and we'll show you that in a couple of minutes. Now, what kind of value would that have? Seed from a world record pumpkin actually will be more valuable than gold if you figured it out by weight. One seed from a giant pumpkin that's a world record will go for at least $200 for one seed. Now, we don't know how many seeds are inside any of these pumpkins or squash or anything like that, but can you imagine 200 if there were 1,500 seeds inside that pumpkin? The crazy value of these kind of things. If you have a world record, the number of public appearances you can get, the free trips around the world, it just makes them so valuable. And the value just got bigger because 1 week ago, the largest pumpkin in the history of the world was weighed in Italy, and it looked just like this.
Per arrivare a realizzare questo bellissimo frutto. Dagli amici animali che d'altra parte popolano i nostri territori, un momento che è atteso da sempre. Verificando, Marco sta tremando forse come Stefano, se non di più, perché sinceramente 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vai! Silenzio.
Now, that was big. That was big. You know, I've always wanted to do this. I'm going to throw it over to Robin, but I remember watching this on TV. Anybody that's younger than like 45 won't remember this, but let me send it over to Robin.
Robin, Johnny Carson, that is a referral to the Tonight Show. So we have got somebody who drove a long way. You are from Simcoe, which is the other side of like the 401 and the whole mess. You had how long of a drive? 3? And he's going home again tonight. How was your growing season down there?
Not very good for me. Anyway,
No?
I got hit with hail. That's what took my plant out, but
Right.
the pumpkins still grew slowly, but still.
So did you have to start again? Did you have ones that were already on
No,
the way?
This was the one I had on already. It was the only one I had.
So you brought it here,
Yep.
and that's a good thing. And you brought a
Watermelon.
Watermelons are popular this year. Hopefully that does well. You haven't had that weight as yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Your pumpkin is a nice shape. It's a good color.
Yeah.
You have, what are you thinking?
Probably around 825, I think.
That would be a decent effort. How
Yeah.
many years have you been coming?
This was my 3rd year here.
Yeah. So how did you do last year?
Last year I had 1,160.
So, bit of a downgrade, but again, it was such a challenging year this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully, next
Yeah,
year.
next year,
Use
yeah.
the seeds from this one and good things for next year.
Yep.
Thank you so much for making the
sorry?
trip. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
world
So I head back around over to Dave
Italy
and we'll
last
see how
Okay.
your pumpkin does.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, well, very shortly we are going to have another pumpkin weight right here. But at this point, we're getting ready, Robin, to actually bring on the French live stream which means we get a little music before we bring in our French version of the broadcast today, and we couldn't do it any better than with Lulu's Roadhouse Band and Bohemian Rhapsody.
Is this a real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, finding no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Anyway the wind blows doesn't really matter to me, Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, and I'm gonna throw it Didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as it doesn't really matter. Too late, my time has come. Send shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. I sometimes wish I'd never been born I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, when you do the fandango. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, Galileo, I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family, spending his life from this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? This year, we will not let you go, let it go. We will not let you go, let it go. We will not let you go, let it go. We'll not let you go, let it go. We'll not let you never let me go. No, no, to me.
Well, first of all, we want to welcome our French viewers. Thank you very much for joining us for Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest, the 2021 edition, both virtual and live here in Port Elgin, Ontario, Canada. We've got a car show going on down. We've got a parking lot just outside of the building that we're in for the way off, where people are enjoying food, a big screen TV, lots of entertainment. We've got rides for the kids. We've got a lot of stuff happening here in the town. My name is Dave Middleton. My co-host, Robin Woods from 97.9 The Bruce, which you can get online. So if you're not from the Port Elgin or Graybers area, you can check out that radio station online. And make sure you check out her noon hour show called School of Rock, where you, I guarantee, will learn something. And you're going to learn something here as part of Pumpkin Fest today. You're going to learn how the big pumpkins are grown, big squash are grown, and we're going to learn about an 875-pound pumpkin. Tell me a little bit about what it took to grow this pumpkin, because we all looked at this pumpkin. It's nice, it's a good effort. Thought it was a little bit lighter than probably it shows up. How much work does it take?
Well, it takes quite a bit of work to start the seed early and heating cables in the ground, and then trying to keep it from getting froze in the spring, and then burying the vines as it grows and trimming it.
So it's not what some people see is they think of take a seed, put it in the ground, and then 4 months later I'm just going to pick this.
No.
There's a little bit more effort that's going to go into it. 875 pounds.
Yeah.
There may be people watching right now that go, my goodness, that is a huge pumpkin.
Yeah.
You've been in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Is this a huge pumpkin?
No, this is just a baby one.
But it is great. Now what? What are your plans with that pumpkin?
Hopefully to take the seeds out and plant them for next year. Dry them.
And that's the real value in what we're doing here. Thank you very much for coming to Pumpkinfest.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to get that pumpkin. We're going to move it off the scale. For those of you that are just joining us for Pumpkinfest, our leader right now is over 1,700 pounds, but we think we've got at least 2 more sitting in the parking lot right now that will become the first pumpkins ever weighed at Pumpkinfest to break the 2,000-pound mark. So stay with us. Sit back, relax, enjoy, get yourself a snack, call your friends, invite them over for a Pumpkinfest viewing party, or if you're here on the site, hey, just pay attention. We'll let you know when some more of the big ones are coming in. We also want to say thanks to other people who make this kind of an event very, very successful. And that is, of course, our sponsors, including our friends at OLG and Bruce Telecom.
Hey, it's the team at Bruce Telecom, and we're so happy to once again be a gold sponsor for this year's Pumpkinfest.
Thanks to all the participants of the Bruce Telecom Harvest Star Search.
All right, now we're going to learn a little science, kids. I'm kind of taking over Robin Wood's School of Rock, only it's time for School of Pumpkin. Here's how it works. So on this vine, we can actually see 3 different things. So we're going to see thing number 1, and that's right here. So that happens to be the male part of this plant. And you can tell that because there's no little bulb on the bottom. So that's the male of the plant. So for about 1 week out of the year, the male of the plant has to be mated with the female. And you can see the female part of the plant has the little bulb on it. They look similar except for that little bulb. So when the female flower opens, you, the grower, have to go out, take these, rub them into the female plant, and then you'll start to see, once it pollinates, this little one. That little pumpkin, by the way, is 1 day old. This one's a little bit older. And then the pumpkins that we're seeing here at Pumpkinfest are a whole bunch older. But that's the basics of how this works. It's just general science. And then we get watermelons that are about 115 pounds. So we've got watermelons, we've got squash, we've got pumpkins, we've got sunflowers, we've got corn, we've got, I don't know, everything, tomatoes. What don't we have? We've got it all, and you're gonna see it all as we go through the broadcast this afternoon. We have probably 5, 6 more giant pumpkins and squashed away. So don't go anywhere, because you're gonna get to see some of that cool stuff shortly. Robin, what other things could we do? For example, how about that car show downtown? And I know that if Robin gets to pick one car to talk about, it'll be her car. But let's let her do that. She's got a 1973 Volkswagen Beetle.
Well, my car is the cutest. Yours is long, the big banana boat. But there are plenty of beautiful cars that are downtown. So nice that we can do a live car show again downtown. And thank you so much to OLG for making that possible. Not only can you see them in person, but you can also watch them online. And then thanks to Van Worth, your independent grocer, going to do a fall cruise tomorrow, which again you can watch virtually as we take the cars for a drive, which has been one of the great things out of COVID, that we weren't able to do the static car shows, so we got into driving them, and I think people love those just as much, because you can find yourself a spot along the route and all the cars go driving right by you. They come to you, you don't have to go to them. Do we have a grower, or where? No.
A grower.
I'm gonna, all right, come on over. Come into the magic green box, as I am calling it. You may take off your mask so we can hear you. And are you together?
Rule again.
Is this your squash?
This is my squash.
Okay, and you are?
I'm John Buck.
And where are you from?
St. Thomas.
And how long have you been coming to Pumpkinfest?
20 years likely.
As the squash, ooh, look at that. That's nicely shaped. Wonderful color.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the green one.
Solid green. We were talking earlier that squash don't have the DNA to be as big as a pumpkin. It's just not the way it was made. So people have started cross-pollinating. And so squashes could get bigger, but you lose that green color, right?
I try not to grow those.
There you go. And if you get any orange in there at all of a sudden it's a pumpkin, not a squash, and you have a bigger competition. So did you have anything else this year other than squash?
Yes.
What did you bring?
Pumpkin, field pumpkin. Just a minute. Long gourd, field pumpkin, tomato, tallest sunflower, tallest corn.
Corn. We haven't seen a lot of corn this year, or cabbage. I was just noticing, I was looking at the trophies. Has any of it been measured or weighed as yet?
No.
So the squash is going to be the first on the go. You're going to have to let us know. We'll have a look at the leaderboard, but it looks like a nice squash, and good luck with all the vegetables.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Head on over and have a chat with Dave.
And while we wait for the growers to get here, because we're about to throw a squash on to find out the weight, let's take a look at last year and all of the giant things that we showed you if you were a part of this broadcast last year. 114.5 pounds. That is a beauty field pumpkin. Here comes a long gourd. So this is just over 10 feet. 240.5 inches tall. We're in a hockey arena, and that thing goes into the rafters. Final big item that we have to weigh today. The new champion for squash, Todd Klein, all the way from Quebec, picks up the title for squash. Get there. 1939.5. That would be the largest pumpkin ever at Pumpkinfest, right? Congratulations, 1939 and a half. It's the biggest ever for Pumpkinfest. So 1939 and a half, our biggest pumpkin last year. Everybody who's been out in the way off area, the area where we stage the pumpkins before we bring them in, everybody has said the same thing. There are two that'll probably beat that. We expect to get above the 2,000 pound mark. Now let's talk a little bit about what we see on the scale right now. And you told us about squash, and we know a little bit more about them. Green or gray squash, orange and kind of yellow are pumpkin. Where did the seed for this one come from?
Joel Jarvis.
Joel Jarvis, who's pretty well known for growing some big stuff. Because now you're known for growing some big stuff. There is a squash at 1069 and a half. That is enormous. Is that the biggest you've ever grown from a squash standpoint?
No.
What's your largest?
1198.
That's still...
Since it's pretty good. And it was only on 500 square feet.
And we talked a little earlier about a pumpkin that we know of that was on almost 1,200 square feet.
Well, I had a little spot left after I got done planting everything, and I thought I'd throw the squash in.
So that was just an afterthought, and it still comes in at over 1,070. Yeah. Really? And you also mentioned that it was so wet this year, and we all know we had lots of rain. In this area, we had a couple of big storms, hail. I mean, there was a lot of stuff to dodge this year to get to this.
Yep, and the heat.
And the heat. It's funny though, if you don't get the heat at the right time and the rain at the right time and you get them mixed up, they don't like that.
Yeah, the plants don't like when it gets to 30 degrees, the plants' leaves weep. They don't like it really hot either.
Yeah, I weep too when it gets to
don't
30
we all?
degrees. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
1069 and a half, that happens to be, it's not even close right now. That happens to jump the first place on the squash leaderboard. It used to be Courtney McGuire at 568 and a half. It's a little bigger than that now, 1069 and a half. And that's just a beginner. Last year, that would have been 5th on the leaderboard. It's the leader right now. Is there anything bigger? The biggest last year was 1288. The squash competition just starting to come in now. And as I said, there's at least 2 enormous pumpkins to come. So you've picked the right time to join us for Pumpkinfest. Whoop, I'm sorry, I just hit the mayor. That's likely gonna put my taxes up. Oh, we better throw it to Robin. Oh, you're paying half the taxes. I hit the mayor.
I'm not taking responsibility for that. I did want to mention that we did have a first-time grower earlier on, and if this looks like fun to you, which it could be, you'll notice that most of the growers will grow more than one thing. I mean, heck, if you're going to start growing things, you might as well grow them all and see what happens. You can go to the Growers Association website. There are hints there. They have seeds that will get you started and some information as well. So who knows, we could see you here at Pumpkinfest as a grower. That would be a whole lot of fun, but I'm warning you, once you are bit by the bug, you'll want to join us every single year. If you are joining us today, entrances are at Market Street and Gustavus. Come in and out either way. They're open till 6 tonight and then 11 until 4 tomorrow. And so many things going on. The Shankard Law Office Midway, which they arrived early. We had some fun with that yesterday, but they are going to be here both days. We have got food vendors, we've got craft vendors, we have got some monster bingo going on, mega bingo, going on later on today with the Lions Club. We have got the car show going on. We're just having some fun. It's nice to take that one step closer to where we usually are and enjoying Pumpkinfest as much as we can. And thank you to everybody who's here, our volunteers. We have to say a big thank you to them because it just doesn't work at all without them. What do we got? Another Marrow? Marrow, sorrow. Is Dave talking? I don't know. You will see things here that you will never see anywhere else.
We hope you don't. It happens throughout the entire day today. Now, normally we have you here in the facility with us at the Port Elgin Missionary Church. We've got seating for 1,000 to 1,200 people normally. And this is about the peak of the day where we start to get into the really big pumpkin, squash, etc. You're going to get to see it. You just have to see it on a big screen today. Either the big screen in your living room or the big screen here in the parking lot. But we do have a number of things on display. So some people are thinking, well, if I come to Pumpkinfest, I don't get to see a big pumpkin. Yes, you do. We do put them outside on the north end of the building, so you'll be able to see them between the building and the midway. So you get a chance to see that. You get a chance to see big watermelons. You get a chance to see big squash. You get a chance to hear live music here on site and down at the Coulter Parquet. We'll talk more about the history of Pumpkinfest. Coulter Parquet actually plays into that a little bit. But we had some bands who said, you know what, we'd like to play on the virtual version of Pumpkinfest as well. So we have Lion X and Sweet Light for you on the broadcast.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. In the morning I sweep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One minute I held me, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stands upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. Jerusalem bells were ringing, Roman cavalry choirs were singing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain that once you got it was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. Hey, hey. It was the wicked and wild winds blew down the doors and let me in. Shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I become. Revolutionaries wait for my hand on a silver plate. I'm just a puppet and a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword, and my shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain that once you got it was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. Hey!
choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain that once you thought it was never, ever an honest word. That was when I ruled the world.
Yeah, like Cabbage, seems like everybody's
Back live at Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, the 2021 edition, both virtual and live from the Port Elgin Missionary Church. I'm Dave Middleton, Robin Woods here as well. Mental note, when there's music playing and the guys in the production truck for CTRE are singing, turn the audio off. That was bad singing. Wasn't it? I was like, I thought our dancing was bad, but holy, no, just kidding. Thanks very much to CTRE Television for coming here and setting up all the production stuff so we could bring the excitement of Pumpkinfest into your home or on your cell phone. I know the folks over in the lunch area here inside the venue are actually watching on their cell phones right now. Our big pumpkins so far, Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton, 1,747.5 pounds. But we have a whole lineup of pumpkins still to come. Robin Woods has another grower.
They just keep coming. We think we're getting to the end of it. Nope, they keep bringing them in. It is kind of like Old Home Week. It is an event that, as you have seen if you've been with us for a while, growers come back year after year after year. You kind of get stung by the bug as it is. And Art is one of those. He is from St. Thomas, and you've been here
about 17
years.
Yeah.
And you've got quite the interesting pumpkin. We've been talking to everybody about the growing season. We had that spell with a lot of rain. You had probably a problem we haven't heard as yet.
About 5.5 inches we got.
And a lot of your stuff floated away.
It went down towards Lake Erie.
Oh, that is just so. So what did you lose?
I lost squash, watermelon, cantaloupe. That's about it.
So
that's enough.
Did you have another pumpkin on the go, or that was the one that was?
The bigger squash is gone. My pumpkin was in a different garden on higher ground, thank God.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have that.
But it's a nice looking one. We were saying, lovely color, different shape. Kind of looks like a beanbag chair.
It does, and it'll even rock, I think, if you sit in it right.
Did you, have you done the estimates, or what are you thinking?
I'm thinking between 1,000 pounds and 1,100 pounds.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing. I'm hoping.
You know what? It's just an estimate, right?
Yep, that's
you never
all it
know.
is.
You never know. So we'll get you to go around and go over to Dave, and we'll weigh it up and see what happens.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk big pumpkin. Come on over here. We're going to let you go right in front. You sit right in, or stand right in that green box, close up to one of those microphones. This is a very pretty pumpkin. Now, I know I picked like the worst part to show people, which is kind of the front that you got a little, but from the standpoint, I wanted people to see how this pumpkin has kind of grown small on one side, big on the other. We had one, I don't know, 10 years ago that we called the Brian Mulrooney pumpkin. Brian Mulrooney pumpkin that kind of went down and made the Brian Mulrooney chin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this is kind of getting close to that.
It is.
And that is a very heavy pumpkin for kind of the size that we've got.
Yeah.
What did you measure out at for this?
Oh, it was 174 inches around, 91 side to side, and 104 end to end this way.
All right. And weight-wise on the chart?
I never looked.
Okay. I would say that's probably pretty close.
I think it's close.
Yeah, and that is a super fantastic weight for the pumpkin we've got. Plus, for the third time, we're finally getting some nice orange in it. And nice big ribs. These are the two things that growers are going to look for. Big ribs and that orange color. There's a competition to see who can get the orange. And this big rib is a good trait in a pumpkin.
Yeah.
So that seed is going to be pretty valuable too.
Yeah, to the right person that wants orange, to grow orange, it'd be, they would like to have that seed, yeah.
So which would you want, orange or heavy?
I'd rather have heavy.
Yeah. True. All right,
Yeah.
nice round of applause. 1,114 pounds. Come and get your photo taken. And I believe that's going to go to about 6th spot on the leaderboard. Up there. See, that was pretty good. I'm old, but the memory is still there. So up to about 6th spot on the leaderboard. When we come back, we got more pumpkins, more squash, but we've got a lot more entertainment as well. The Harvest Star Search competition continues. We're trying to find the next big entertainment in Grey and Bruce counties. Let's see our next competitor. Those guys. No, the carrot. Okay, there's so much stuff coming in here at one time. We're trying to get it all sorted out. You guys go over there because Robin's gonna, look at this. We got carrots, we got, and we talk about the young growers and they get started in this and then they get so interested. So it goes from grandpa to son, from son to grandson. And once they get hooked on this stuff, I'm telling you, they don't miss Pumpkinfest, and they're slightly warped. All right, let's go to Robin, because speaking of warped, look at these carrots you got.
Oh, what's going to come and what shape it's coming in. We got 3 generations here, which is awesome. And might as well introduce yourselves.
Ryan Hicks.
Ron Hicks.
And?
Landon Hicks.
And where are you from?
From Granton, near Lucan, Ontario.
Okay.
Granton, Ontario.
You guys brought a whole lot of stuff, which is awesome.
We got lots.
You brought
sunflowers, cabbage, carrots, the
burnt weasel.
Yeah, the weasel, the wurzel.
Wurzel, whatever it is.
Burnt wurzel, whatever it is, yeah.
And that's it. Yeah.
But look at what you got here. You've got a couple of carrots. This is how they come. Not pretty, but you never know. It could win you a prize at Pumpkinfest.
That's right. You never know.
That's right. So yours and yours.
Yeah, this is mine, that's his, yeah.
Do you grow in the same field?
No, separate place.
No, they're like, we live right in towns,
Yeah.
so we just grow them in our backyard.
Yeah.
Wow, which is why they're not the bigger things, but that's okay.
That's right.
As I said, you come in here, you never know what you have. and it could win you some prizes.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you.
were quite shocked with the weasel, whatever you
Yeah,
call
the
the
wurzel. Yeah, the big one.
It's over 52 pounds.
So, and it's a type of beet.
Yeah, type of beet. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
And
type of beet.
ugly again,
There's a
and
couple
sin,
different kinds of beets.
but it again could win you a prize. That is so awesome.
That's
And
right.
you guys have been before.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
here for quite a few years.
Yeah.
Fifth or sixth year. Yeah.
Very good.
Been here for a while.
You ever take a stab at the?
I did the pumpkins once. I grew almost 1,000 pounds.
Nice.
But I haven't since because it's a lot of work. And
It is.
Hopefully again soon though.
Especially if you're in town, it's
That's right.
space,
yeah.
right?
Well, space is an issue. Yes.
Yeah. But that is great. Thank you
Hopefully
ever
next
so
time.
much
All
for
right,
coming.
thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
We just had, gentlemen, we just had a bushel gourd at 242.5 pounds. John Butler. There actually are 2 bushel gourds on this this wagon that they brought in. Both of them are huge, but the biggest one was 242.5. So that's a bushel gourd. So we've seen long gourds, we've seen bushel gourds, we've seen bell gourds. There are many different versions of a gourd, but this one is called a bushel gourd. So the last one in was 242.5, and Doug Court was in previously at 130 pounds. So Doug's now third on the leaderboard because this one's 179.5. So 2 giant bushel gourds just came in moments ago and have gone to top spot and second spot on the leaderboard. That leaderboard is something that you can check out on other parts of pumpkinfest.org, our website, where you're going to see the latest for pumpkin, you're going to see the latest for squash, you're going to see the latest for watermelon. You'll see all the different categories that we're talking about. Special category this year, by the way, is cantaloupe, and I don't know that I've seen any in yet, but oh, it looks like Doug Court had one in. I didn't even see that at 8.5 pounds, 8.55 pounds. So many different things to see that we're weighing and measuring for length, etc. here at Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest once again today. And I still keep telling you, in fact, when we're finished this next band, don't miss what's coming up. This could be our first ever 2,000-pound pumpkin. The one that's coming up would rent for $1,500 a month, heat and hydro included in Barrie as an apartment. This thing, look at this. Look at the size of this. You're coming back after the Judd heads.
Right on. This is called Down River Bends. It's hard to take tears from my eyes, for this might be our last goodbye. Your country calls you to defend this great land, so do your part, just like a man. Down where the river bends, with God's help, we'll meet again under that same old sycamore tree, proud of each other in the land of the free. Go ahead, Al. if I go down to the ocean blue and get just as close as I came to you, though the ocean wide may keep us apart, it won't keep you, dear, from out of my heart. Down where the river bends, with God's help, we'll meet again under that same old sycamore tree, proud of each other in the land of the free.
Okay. So you did what I asked. You came back, and you want to know why? Because John's pumpkin is about to go on the weigh scale. Now, let's talk really quickly. We were just talking, here, I'm just going to spin this a little bit. We were just talking about this. You had two plants that were, or two seeds, I should say, that in theory would be bigger than that pumpkin, but they just didn't grow.
No, the one might be 1,000 pounds, the other one's only about 600.
And it's scary to people who are watching, by the way, because to them 1,000 pounds, they're like,
yeah, right.
You can't fathom 1,000-pound pumpkin, and 1,000-pound pumpkins are almost a dime a dozen now.
Yep.
This was your own seed.
Yes.
So your own seed likes your own ground.
I hope so. We'll plant it again next year.
All right, well, let's get this one on the scale and let's see how we did. Now, we've got about a 1,400-pound leaderboard, so something over 1,400 pounds is what it's going to take to get to a high part of the leaderboard. Now, all the growers are going to tell you that there are 4 more enormous, like size like we have almost never seen, still to come. Some of the growers with even bigger things have not picked them until this morning. When they're picked, they tend to start losing weight almost immediately because they're getting all that nourishment out of the ground. That one's that's a solid pumpkin. Measured about 1,200, weighs 1,385 and a half. So let's quickly go to the leaderboard. That's going to put you in 5th position on the leaderboard. That's a little bit higher than we thought this pumpkin was going to go. Congratulations, John. That is seed worth getting. Yeah, congratulations. So let's get a photo taken with your baby. Show your baby some love. The leaderboard, when I first started with Pumpkinfest, if you had something anywhere close to 1,000 pounds, you were going to win. This event actually started many, many years ago at the Coulter Parkette, which is kind of from where we are, about a street away, down by where the car show is taking place. So Doug Court and a few people had a bet as to who could grow the biggest things. That's where the weigh-off started. When I joined Pumpkinfest, which was 26 years ago, it had changed from Coulter Parkette all the way to the curling club. When it started, Pumpkinfest got the football team from the high school to help move the pumpkins. Back then they were 500, 600, maybe even 700 pounds. So the football team was able to kind of maneuver those pumpkins around to get them on the weigh scale. But when you get to 1,000 pounds, there's not a football team alive that's going to be able to pick those up. It went from the curling club over to the largest tent erected in the province of Ontario, basically a circus tent on the grounds of the high school. and then the weigh-off took off again. And then eventually we came here to the Port Elgin Missionary Church, which is indoors in a little bit more of a controlled environment, because as you can imagine at this time of the year, the weather can be a little bit iffy. Now, a little bit more on what we use here. This sling that we used to pick up the pumpkins, which took, well, to be honest, it saved a lot of hernias for the high school football team. That was designed and put together by our friends at Bruce Power, who have a lot of engineers who were able to come up with that. And if you actually saw the footage of what happened in Italy when they just recently weighed the heaviest pumpkin in the history of the world, you'll notice that something very similar was being used there. So it's interesting how some of the designs and some of the things that Pumpkinfest has pushed forward now being used all over the world to be able to actually pick these giants up. And at one point we weren't really sure if we got a 2,000-pound pumpkin, if this would be able to do it. We now know it will be able to do it, and we're certainly hoping we have at least two over 2,000 pounds. We have never weighed a pumpkin 2,000 pounds or heavier here at Pumpkinfest, and we hope that you're tuning in for some history today, maybe not once, but maybe twice. And I think we might have the video up for the Italian weight. I want to show you this because this is spectacular. Italians are known for parties. Here's why you have a party.
Per arrivare a realizzare questo bellissimo frutto. Dagli amici animali che d'altra parte popolano i nostri territori, un momento che è atteso da sempre. Verificando, Marco sta tremando forse come Stefano, se non di più, perché sinceramente 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vai! Silenzio. Grande, grandissimo, grande.
2,700-pound pumpkin. Enormous. Congratulations on setting a brand new world record. We are looking at setting our site record today, and some of the growers have actually said they think we've got a chance at a Canadian record today. So hang on for that. Now, we haven't seen a lot of this come in yet. This is cabbage. For those of you that have coleslaw for Thanksgiving, look at this. This is cabbage. So the cabbage, I'm just going to quickly show people. Oh, we got a leaf. There's a good leaf. That's a good one. So this is the giant cabbage, just weighed in at, way better. 37 pounds worth of cabbage. So that's how big one leaf is from 37 pounds of cabbage. It's grown for the size, the head that you normally would get at the grocery store. So, and by the way, a big thanks to Independent for the food that they've supplied for us today. That's how big it is. So if you want to kind of think of this in size, about the size of an African elephant ear. That's one leaf. That is going to make some pretty big cabbage rolls right there. So we're going to keep this. Good job on the cabbage today. We'll give you an update on cabbage shortly. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm just going to keep that one. But we've got more and more. Thank you very much for doing that. More and more coming in. So we've got stuff fast and furious now, as some people have taken the time this morning to pick and get it here so they lose as little weight as possible. Well, they didn't lose weight, but whatever they picked may have lost a bit of weight. Robin Woods is over in the growers area.
We have a father and son team from Simcoe, another long drive, and here you are, but you've got a good-sized pumpkin at least.
Yep, hopefully a personal best.
That would be, what is your best so far?
1301.
That would be nice to beat that.
Yeah.
And you had trouble, like a lot of people did, with the amount of water that we got.
Yeah, more about the rain and the heat. The heat was kind of a blessing, but the excess rain was a little bit much. We lost a pumpkin back in August, and we lost our squash just last week. And the squash would have been a good contender here. But anyway,
that's when it's right
at the end.
Right at the end, yeah.
The end is always the worst.
Sorry, I hit my microphone. So you've made the journey and personal best. That would be nice.
Yep.
How many years have you been coming?
Well, cut the shirt. 95,
you do?
95.
95 was 26 years.
Yeah.
26 years, and it would be nice, yeah, to beat that personal best, especially in a year that everybody has had such a tough go of it.
And we've been doing this for 36 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you know what you're doing.
Yeah, we go to Norfolk County Fair as well, so we've been doing that since
Is this one going to make an appearance once you're done?
Yep, that's where it's off to next. Yeah.
Very good. Lots of road trips with the big vegetables. So not only time in the field, but time on the road as well. But head back around, head over to Dave, and I hope indeed you beat your personal best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So hard to not be excited from this point forward, because you want to kind of contain yourself until we get to the couple that we think are going to be over 2,000 pounds. But I'm not going to lie, any one of these could weigh over whatever they tape measured. Basically what happens is as these arrive, the people in the staging area are trying to kind of say this one might be bigger than this one, and they want to get this thing to a crescendo. I know you didn't know I knew that word. To a crescendo, to be able to add the most excitement to what we're doing. But quite honestly, from this point forward, I have no idea. Let's get this one onto the weigh scale and let's find out, because we've got one of our top competitors coming here right now. They have been here 26 years, which is about as long as we've been doing it. Bring her up. Robin just talked to them. We're not going to put them under pressure anymore. It is time to go to the weigh scale. Come on, jump into the gray box, or to the green box. Up nice and close. This is beautiful. Right after this, we're going to take a look at pumpkin carving, but I can't let this one get out of the way. Look at the size, the literal girth of this thing. Could you even see the cab of the truck? Could you even see the cab of the truck?
We had to put it in the trailer. It's too big for the back of the truck. We had to trailer it. Yeah.
Too big for the back of the truck.
Wow.
We've got one that's going to compete for the lead.
We're about 15, 16.
Coming in
just guessing.
at 1,749 pounds.
Yes.
Let's look at the leaderboard. How close is that? It is a new leader by 1.5 pounds. Wow.
Wow.
How did that feel?
Oh, awesome.
Is that worth it?
Oh, yeah.
Look at this number. I just want you to look at that number.
1301 was our previous best.
That is fantastic. 1749 is your new best. You are the leader. Not many people beat the Mackenzies. You're ahead of them now. Now the question is, how long will that stay on top of the leaderboard? And he doesn't think it's going to stay there long. If he doesn't think it's going to stay there long, they know something you and I don't know. Stay tuned, Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Things are picking up right now. Let's check out this year's pumpkin carving contest. That is the new leader, 1749. Now, when you look at someone that owns a pumpkin of 1,749 pounds, and you ask them how long that's going to be on the leaderboard, and they say, oh, until the next one gets weighed. That's frightening, but we are just getting into the giant pumpkins that we have to weigh this year for Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. And inside those pumpkins, there could be 50, there could be 100, there could be 1,000 seeds, but there are a few less seeds available now because of this year's Celebrity Seed Spitting Contest. This guy I know can do it. Ian Selecki, how did he do?
It's Ian Selecki from Mix 106.5, about to spit a pumpkin seed here across our parking lot. I used to be very good at this, but it's been a long time and I've had no practice. So if this goes really poorly, no judgment. No, that was really bad.
That wasn't that bad.
That was like that was even half of what Fred did.
10 feet 7 inches.
Well, we've seen pumpkins, we've seen squash, watermelon, you name it, we've seen it all. Here's what we haven't seen. This is one of the biggest sunflowers we've ever seen. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Good luck. Keep walking it. Hold on. Keep going. Keep going. 23 feet 9 inches. Look at the size of this. That is 6 feet inside the raft. It almost hits the roof of the arena. 23 feet 9. How do you even get that?
Honestly, I don't know. It just kept growing.
Wow.
That's sweet. That's a good one.
Is that our largest ever?
They were featured on CBC TV on the national news.
How are we going to do this?
That is spectacular. Was this the one that was on television?
Yes, it is.
This is the one that was featured on CBC television. Was it you? Oh, yeah, it was. 23 feet 9 inches. If you're outside the building here live at Pumpkinfest, hey, where's my crowd? Let's give them a heck of a round of applause. That is enormous. What we're doing here at Pumpkinfest, because you can't come in to see the actual weigh-off in person, and you need to get a perspective of 23 feet 9 inches. I'm 6 feet tall, so that's four times me. It was up inside the rafters. I hope we got such a cool shot of that. And I think they're gonna take that and put it on display outside. So anybody who is live here at Pumpkinfest, if you go to the north side of the building, which is the side of the building where the midway is located, you're gonna be able to see some of the pumpkins, some of the squash, the other things that are out there. Speaking of gourds, we got a gourd in here. And if you want to compare that, let's take a look, because I think we got a shot of last year's biggest sunflower. Can we go to the biggest sunflower that we had last year? And let's see how that compares. I want you to think of this next, because this is what a tall sunflower looks like. Are we going to try and stand it? All right. Just make sure we find an area where we might be able to get it up. Carefully, carefully. There you go, there you go. Yep, when they grow, they have to be tied to a steel pipe. It's Norman Kyle from Ennismore, and there it is. Can you get the full shot? Like I said, When I looked at this, I thought it was going to go into the rafters. It is in the rafters. This is an arena. We're in a hockey arena, and that thing goes into the rafters. 240.5 inches tall. That was big. That was big. This is big. This is another bushel gourd, 232.5 pounds. Todd Klein from Shawville, Quebec. We're getting into our Quebec people now. I mean, that's 232.5 pounds. That is a personal best for Todd Klein. Out talking to our Quebec folks. They left yesterday morning, stayed overnight in Oshawa, had to find the right place to park the trailer overnight to make sure nobody messed with the stuff they were bringing. They're here, and they're with Robin.
And Jim are here from Quebec, and you did have, as you can imagine, they've got the truck, they've got the trailer, you've got something very interesting on the trailer. Did anybody, when you stopped along the way, obviously you get some looks, but you had it quite covered.
Yeah. We like to drive up with it covered so it stays nice and protected before the way off.
Nice and moist. See, I told you they travel better than everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. But we had stopped this morning at a Tim Hortons maybe an hour and a half away, and the lady from Tim Hortons recognized that it was a pumpkin going to Port Elgin.
Ah, there you go. But you had trouble. Obviously, you need a double spot for the truck and the trailer, and
yeah, that's right.
There wasn't one to be had.
No, we had to wait for the cars to move to get another place to go in.
They suggested putting it on the street.
Yeah.
No.
Not our precious
do all
cargo.
this to put it on the street. No. So what kind of growing season did you have?
It's been an up and down year.
This is it?
It's been hot, it's been dry,
Do you think
really
the other
dry
one,
to start with.
They think the other one's gonna.
Did you have the rain that everybody else has had in Ontario?
No, I don't think we had the heavy rains, but we've had just enough rain to keep the crops going. And
right.
Of course, in pumpkins, we can make that artificial with the watering system.
But we didn't have anything that drowned us out like some of the other growers here.
That's good.
Yeah.
Because you've got one big pumpkin there. Did you do? You've been doing this for a long time.
Oh yeah.
So did you bring anything else, or the pumpkin took all your time?
That's it.
Just the pumpkin.
I love that focus. It is focus. Estimates? What are you thinking?
It's measuring 1888. So
1,888. That's our guess, but
that would put them in the lead. It is exciting. So this is this is nerve-wracking, I know, for you, because it's such like months and all the hours, and you got it here safely.
Yeah.
So now head back over to see Dave, and let's see how it is. Holly, good luck.
Thank you.
Bye, Maverick.
Oh yes, say hello to the family.
All right.
Head on over.
All right, good to see you guys. Kelsey, in the green square, Kelsey was about this big when I first met her, right? I remember. If you guys want to move up a little bit, now I don't know if you knew this, but this year we are broadcasting in both French and English. Parlez-vous français? Was there anything you guys want to say to the French fans who are watching right now?
Come on.
They're putting me on the spot here.
Yes, somebody. I mean, I'm assuming that's her cue. All right.
Do you have any specific questions?
No, just say hi to your family. There's got to be a bunch of people at home watching right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, so say it in French.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde. On est ici à le concours Port Elgin pour le Pumpkinfest.
Dave is the best person ever.
Dave, c'est la meilleure personne.
See, even she says it, Robin. Even she's a good person. She's a good person. All right. I am so nervous. Are you guys nervous? This could be our first ever.
No, don't say that.
I'm not going to. All right, I'm going to just go over here. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it. Yes, I am. Okay, get it over here.
Oh,
I am.
yes, it's actually.
I am
on the
so
chair
excited
way
for
over
this.
there. Sorry about that. Over there?
Sure. Except you might have to run back over there. All right, you stand here. Don't look at the weigh scale. Look over there. Look, I don't care where you want to look. Look at each other. Just don't look at the weigh scale. How are the people in Oshawa? Were they nice? Very nice. Good. Yeah? Except they wouldn't give you the right place to park. Listen, let that be a lesson to people who have like motels and hotels. When they show up with a big giant pumpkin, don't put them in a place where it's going to get hurt. Like not park on the street.
We were able to see it from our hotel room.
Okay. But does that make you feel any better? No.
It did make me feel a little better.
Do you sleep in shifts? No? All right. I thought
There's
that might
not enough hours for that.
No, I don't think you would. Are we ready?
Yes. That's it.
Just be calm. 1749 is our current leader. Was it worth the trip? Turn around. It was worth the trip. 1777 and a half. First place as of right now. Give him a nice round of applause. Oh. Okay, turn around now. Come on, can you go back into the green? I need you in because the microphone is what I want to see. You are the new, go ahead, right over in here. Okay, step up to the mic. You guys are the new leaders. So that makes the trip worthwhile.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the competition? You've seen what's coming.
Well, there's some.
It's gonna be close.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, I love to hear it'll be close.
We're sweating a little, definitely.
Well, that's because you drove. How many hours does it take to get here?
About 10, but we take our time to get here. We like to stop.
Are you old enough to drive? Oh, I'm just kidding.
I drove the whole way.
What?
I drove the whole way. He slept.
No wonder you're sweating. Give them again, congratulations. You guys are always great.
Thank you.
Jim and Kelsey here. They've got the new leader at 1777 and a half. Is that going to win this year's competition? I don't know. Get your photo taken. While you do that, we'll do this. The harvest. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, I'm just getting a note that someone lost their cell phone on the site, and since we're actually broadcasting live to the site, you left your cell phone at the alpaca display, and you can go back there to get your cell phone. Now it's going to have some really weird pictures of alpacas on it, but still, you can go back there to get your cell phone. So go back and do that. We got to load this. We got more big pumpkins to come, and we also have more of our competitors for this year's Harvest Star Search competition.
All many a boy and
That last pumpkin was so big, they had a hard time getting it back up in the air to take it back out. And already we've got 2 or 3 that are bigger than that. So we're also looking forward. I think we got Jeff Warner here from Englehart. Jeff is going to come up shortly, and we're going to talk to him about how the growing season was in Englehart. Like, that's way, way up there. And we also want to say thank you to the sponsors who are making Pumpkinfest possible again. They have been here year after year after year. We thank each one of them for everything that they've done for us, whether it was money or whether it was in kind or whatever it was. This event makes this community come together to present itself the best way possible to the world. Robin Woods, what about some of our sponsors?
And Bruce Bauer, who is the sponsor of the Way Off every single year, are the ones that came up with that harness, and that last pumpkin made them sweat. The handlers had to adjust a couple of times, not only bringing it in, but taking it out. So with pumpkins getting bigger and bigger, the engineers there might have a side project of coming up with a bigger and wider adjustable harness. But Bruce Bauer, always a big part of this, as well as Shankar Law Office is the Midway sponsor. It's nice to have the Midway back once again. We'd like to say a big thank you to OLG with the car show virtually. You can see that online as well as downtown. We are once again downtown, and then doing a tour tomorrow, which is brought to you by Vanderwerf's, your independent grocer. And thank you to Vanderwerf's as well for a delicious lunch, feeding the growers and the volunteers. You can't say enough about the volunteers here for days, setting this up, making everything run, a lot of them running around, and then they'll be here late into Sunday night, bringing it all down again so that the Port Elgin Missionary Church can have their church back again. But thank you to them. We have to say a big thank you to all those who have tickets for the Mega Bingo, which is coming up with the Lions Club. You can still get those tickets. Port Elgin Giant Tiger, Vanderwerf's, Southampton Foodland, Paisley Fresh Mart, as well as Pizza Delight. Those that are carrying the bingo are Bruce Telecom on Channel 1, Eastlink on Channel 10, and YouTube by entering Port Elgin Lions Club. We are just about coming to the end. I have to say a big thank you to the Rotary Club as well, who have been providing food and entertainment at Coulter Parkette in downtown Port Elgin. It truly is a huge event for the whole community. They all come together, and we can't say a big enough thank you to them all for being a part of this. And the growers, because without them, we'd have nothing to weigh and nothing to measure. You've got another vine, it seems, Dave.
Yeah, this is kind of big. So the second place pumpkin right now comes from the Mackenzies in Tiverton. This is, and I don't want to say this is the whole vine, because it's not. This is one part of the vine that pumpkin was grown on. So at the end that Paul's holding on to, that was where the pumpkin was. This is not the end. The entire vine extended about 20 feet in length, but it winds all over the place. So total coverage of this vine to grow that pumpkin, which was 1,749.5 pounds. The vine actually took up 1,200 square feet. I mean, we're talking about an enormous plant to grow something that big, probably 2 inches thick, 2.5 inches thick.
And if I could just say something, from here to the end, this had all rooted and it was underground. So these, they're called nodes. They rooted and sent roots into the ground to further help feed the plant.
So what Paul's saying is you can see that there's little roots on each one of these. So as the vine is growing, it comes out with this extra root that goes into the ground to provide additional nourishment to the plant to help it grow. So they're such a unique plant. When people see these, and actually it's almost like you'll never get to see these growing because they hide them way back or behind things. Because people see these from the road, they start trekking through your field, and then they want to take pictures, and then they wreck it, etc. So we just wanted to show you. Thank you, sir. Long time, Judge Paul. Thank you very much. Speaking of Pauls, Paul Hill, morning show host of 560 CFOS. I believe he's also on Country 93. He may be on every radio station on the face of the earth. Paul Hill, yeah, I know I'm 217 pounds. Guys in the truck are making fun. I think, no, there's two of us on here. There's two people standing on here right now. Paul Hill, radio show host extraordinaire. You know he's got hot air. Let's see how much.
Hi there, Paul Hill here from 560 CFOS, about to spit farther than I've ever spit before.
Well, let's see if we can put those words to the test.
All right, pumpkin seed. Okay.
All right.
There was a headwind.
Yeah, a little bit. So you are at 14 feet on the dot. Fred still beat you.
Okay, so the funny part about that is Paul Hill is about 6'5", 6'6". I mean, Paul is a tall guy. I don't care if there's a headwind or not. He's so high in the air that the air is thinner where he is. He should have been able to spit the thing 30, 40 feet. But anyway, good job by Paul Hill. Robin Woods has our next grower.
Somebody who came a long way from Vienna. All the way south. It is. Eric, you are next in line. It's tough when we get to the end of the day. It's nice because generally they hope to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we go along to it, but that makes for a long wait for you guys.
Yep, I just made it here in time.
No, there you go. Did you bring anything else with you today?
Just the pumpkin.
Just the pumpkin. And how was your growing season this year?
It's been tough. I actually blew mine up, and this is the wife's. So
did you leave her at home? What?
Yeah, she's watching the kids. Yeah, my beautiful.
Well, you can't bring them too, you know.
Yeah.
But so yours blew up.
Yes.
Because of all. Generally, that's a water thing, right?
A little bit. I got a little excited with the fertilizer, I think.
All right, I'm not going to touch that. So estimates?
I would like it to be over 886 pounds, which is.
You'd like it to be 1,800 to be on the leaderboard, but so, yeah, all right. But she did a good job,
that's
obviously.
Right. Yes.
And she is going to get the prize money if there is some coming her way. So thank you. Head back around, and you can have a chat with Dave as your pumpkin gets weighed.
Very
Thanks
good.
for coming.
Thank you.
Pumpkinfest has been the cause of more divorce in the province of Ontario. I don't know why lawyers don't sponsor Pumpkinfest, let's be honest. It's always a lot of fun. You can see, actually, if you look at the, oh yeah, that's true, Shankar Law, thank you very much for your sponsorship. That was a smart move. You can see the family names that appear on the leaderboards. You got Ron and Aaron Ray, you got Bob and Elaine McKenzie, you got Phil and Jane Hunt, you got Fred and Dorothy Hain. That just shows you how much this family thing happens here at Pumpkinfest. And when it gets started, and it starts usually because you know somebody that does this, so you do it. Then your family gets interested. And then it just keeps on going. And the next thing you know, you're like me saying 25 years ago, I started at this event. So it is a ton of fun. We are going to bring another pumpkin up here shortly. But before we do, I know Robin's got another good friend of ours over there with her. This guy travels a long way to get here. Now, I'm not talking Quebec long. I'm talking Northern Ontario long. Jeff Warner, who is just one of the biggest fans of Pumpkinfest, he didn't have a good year for the pumpkin, Robin, but it doesn't matter. Jeff knows he has to come to Pumpkinfest.
No matter what, because he knows. And it's a family. As I said, it's a reunion of sorts every year because so many friends you make doing this.
Yeah.
How many years have you been doing this?
I'm thinking it's around the 12, and that's my guess anyways.
From Englehart. That's a long way. What's
about a
your
9-hour drive.
Ah. So hopefully you're staying over.
Yeah, we stayed last
Yeah,
night.
very
We'll stay
good.
again tonight. So.
Very good. And you had some trouble.
Yeah.
As many did.
No pumpkins this year. So.
Ha.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Did you had some on the go, obviously.
I had some on the go and it measured bigger than I've ever had it measured before. So that's even worse.
Yeah, I know.
What can you do?
And then you lost them, I think you lost like in the last week or two,
About
right?
10 days ago. I got the final, it's done.
That is so
7 to 10.
heartbreaking.
Yeah. no
But you
fun.
did bring some things. What did you?
I got a carrot today, a cabbage, a field pumpkin, a long gourd, a tomato, a marrow, I think.
The long gourd you thought was going to be, has it been measured yet?
We measured it. I don't know where it ranks in there. It was 135 inches. So I think it's fairly long, but
That is a long gourd. That it earns its name.
Yeah.
So let's pick up your carrot.
Oh, my carrot.
This is again, just because it grows big doesn't make it pretty. No, it's an ugly carrot.
yeah, definitely ugly.
A lot of roots, like or the top. It had a lot of top on
Had
it.
a lot of top, yeah. I just cut it off out in the parking lot.
So basically, that's just a lot of carrots that came together.
No, it's
actually
it's
one?
seed, yeah.
Really?
One seed, a real long growing. It's a certain kind of seed.
Yeah.
And I start them January 1st. This is what I do on New Year's.
Really?
Start them indoors under lights, and
Yeah.
then they get outside when it's time.
And they grow ugly.
And they grow ugly. I've
Do you
never.
get to? Well, you wouldn't even eat that, would you?
I think I got a little nicer ones in the fridge to eat.
Probably.
For $2.99 or whatever it is.
Really, for a whole bag of them.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's always great to see you. Thank you so much for coming down every single year.
Thanks for having me.
This is awesome. So we'll go back and we'll see how Eric's pumpkin fares. Eric's wife's pumpkin, I'm sorry.
Look, you know that somebody is extremely dedicated to Pumpkinfest and is a good person when they bring Dave a little brown bag. I don't want to tell you what's in the little brown bag, but it comes in cans. He's a good person. Thank you, Jeff. All right, we got Eric's wife's pumpkin. We're very specific about this. Stand up nice close to the microphone. Is there anything you want to say to your wife? Because she is at home right now watching the broadcast. And if you don't give her credit, this will be the last time we ever see you.
Thank you, dear. I love you.
All right, let's get this up here. All right, what's her name?
Eric.
No, her name.
Oh, Brittany.
Brittany.
Yes.
Eric, you don't matter.
That's right.
All right, here we go to the weigh scale. This is a nice. They're just getting bigger and rounder, and
It's gonna be 1,800 pounds.
Eric is estimating this at 1,800 pounds.
Oh,
He doesn't
yeah.
even think we should weigh it. He's just thinking, write the number down.
Yep,
Write it
good.
down. Sorry, I never asked. Do you have children?
I do. I got
How
3
many?
boys.
3
boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they are starting to do this as well?
Yeah, they follow me around in the pumpkin patch and try and trample everything. I got to be their coach.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
You get involved, the kids get involved, the next thing you know, you have no summer.
That's right.
This seems like it's heavy. Either that or our volunteers are getting weaker. It's one or the other. Holy! This is an angry pumpkin. There we go. Let's have a round of applause for the volunteers. Could we have a
guys.
doctor to the weigh-off scale, please? Chiropractor. Wow, look at the size of this.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's fantastic. It's huge.
That's a new person.
Your wife is an amazingly good person. What?
right.
Brittany,
Good job.
1,465 and a half pounds, and his pumpkin weighed nothing. 0. Hey.
It's broken.
It's broken.
Yeah, it's broken.
Congratulations. Give him a nice
Nice.
round of applause. Great for you guys to be good sports and come here. 1,465 and a half. Let's quickly peruse that leaderboard. You're going to go to 6th position on the leaderboard, and if you can make a top 10 in competition this year, you've had a good year. Come on over here and get a picture taken with this. Make sure you write Brittany on that board, though. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, yeah, stroke out Eric. He is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. All right, congratulations to another top 10 pumpkin, maybe. And they're still coming. We got them lined up. We're not even close to done yet. And we're not even close to done yet for this year's Harvest Star Search competition. And here is one more of our competitors.
I'm Sophia Jordan, and I'm going to play the rainbow on the piano.
All right, so there it is. That's number 6 on the leaderboard right now. Eric is happy. The entourage is happy. They may never leave Pumpkinfest. I think actually they're sleeping in the truck in the parking lot tonight. And I don't know that they're ever leaving Port Elgin. And we hope you don't either. Come visit us. If you're not here for the weekend of Pumpkinfest, hey, you know what? We're open 12 months of the year. Come see us. We got all sorts of things happening. We're going to be hosting the Ontario Men's Curling Championship in February, the Port Elgin Chrysler 22 Ontario Tankard, sponsored by Bruce Power. There you go. I think I got them all in. That's happening in February. We have an awesome community. People here all winter long, all summer long. We want you to come and see us. All summer long, we're actually one of the hubs of classic car shows in the province of Ontario as well. Pumpkinfest weekend, another car show that you could enjoy. It's happening right now until 3 o'clock today. We have a driving show which is happening tomorrow. So you're going to be able to come on to the same site, portelginpumpkinfest.org. If you go onto that site tomorrow, there's actually a stationary camera that'll be on the driving tour that the classic cars are doing tomorrow. You'll see each one of them go by, and our good friend Gary, who knows everything about every classic car on the face of the earth, I believe he's going to be your commentator tomorrow. We're gathering at Independent at 10 a.m. The drive starts at 11 a.m., probably going to take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. So we certainly hope you're going to come back for the driving car show tomorrow. Static car show and virtual car show today looks something like this. I wish we could see actually the car show footage. We don't get to see what you're seeing at home because I'd like to know if our car was in it. Like, does anybody care about the Parisienne? Does anybody care? When you go on the virtual car show, by the way, we encourage you to go through the different cars. And if there's a car you really like the look of or you're interested in, click the button, click the like, and then you can, actually it's kind of like voting for your favorite car. So please make sure you do that when you go onto the website. So we just continue. Look at this. This is great. Is this Jeff's? All right. Well, we got even bigger leaf. I'm going to pull one leaf off of this. This is cabbage, and this is what happens when you grow cabbage in the far north. And I have no idea what extra. What did you come on up here for a sec? Yeah, we got to do. Look at this. Like, this is a bigger leaf by far. Come on up here. So Jeff already talked to Robin. Stand up nice and close to the microphone. What is the secret to growing cabbage that has leaves this big?
I'll get starting with the right seed. I start them in March indoors and then just giving them a happy life. This year I decided I would shade it all year. So I had a white cloth over top of it. Once about July hit and it was getting hot. And I think that maybe made a difference.
So you just used the word hot, and I mentioned that you're from Englehart. It can't get that hot.
Well, one day it got 10 degrees and it was great.
And this is what happens. Look at the size of this. No wonder people are amazed when they come to Pumpkinfest and see something like this. Is it edible? Have you ever tried this?
No, I've never have. It would be fine. I didn't do anything wrong to it. So
okay.
You could eat it, but I've got a little garden with nice little small ones in there that probably taste a little better.
Well, yeah. So there you go. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
thanks for bringing that. I'm going to keep this because I want to show people this as we continue to go. A big thanks to Jim and Kelsey Bryson, who are now our leaders of the pumpkin category at 1,777.5 pounds. What about cabbage? Can we find that? Yeah, we do. Ron Hicks, 39 pounds. And what did this weigh, Jeff?
This was 54.
This was 54, so that is your brand new leader, and actually could be used as a weapon, quite honestly. You could, you know what, the kids get out of order? No, we're not allowed to do that anymore. All right, let's go talk to Robin. What have you got going on?
Nice umbrella, a nice parasol. It would make a nice fan in the summer when it's really hot. It's amazing what you can do. I did want to just make a quick clarification. I'm reading these without my glasses. So apologies. For one, the seed spinning contest is brought to you by Kinetics, which is awesome. It is so much fun every year. Unfortunately, we at the Bruce didn't get around to doing it, and our apologies for that. It was a weird week, but thank you to Kinetics for always being a part of that. The difference between OPG and OLG, that's where I wanted to clarify. OLG bringing the car show. OPG, Ontario Power Generation, was nice enough as we built towards Pumpkinfest. A lot of things were able to be done online every Wednesday. They had a little pumpkin contest that you could be a part of, the Pumpkin Patch Wednesdays and carving contest that we have shown online. They are a big part of that and a big part of this event every year. So just making the distinction between OPG being a part of this, Kinetics very much a part of this, and OLG with the car show. Thank you very much.
Wow, she's efficient. That's why I married her. Very efficient. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this pumpkin up to be weighed off in just a moment. We have 2 pumpkins, including this one, and 1 squash left. And I wonder if we've kept what we thought is the big stuff to the end. You might want to come back after the band Midnight Sundogs and find out.
Someone like you, and all you know, and all you speak. And callous love is under cover of the street. Know that I could use somebody. You know that I could use somebody. Someone like you.
Once again, live virtually. That doesn't really make sense, but that's the way the last year and a half has gone. We're back for Pumpkinfest. We have 2 pumpkins and 1 squash left to weigh. Well, we might have saved the best for last, but we don't really know until it gets on the scale. Robin, you got somebody who maybe can give us an idea about the next pumpkin.
Setting in, he's pacing over here as we were listening to the band and just having a chat here. John from Breslau, which again is Guelph, Waterloo.
Yeah, Waterloo region.
Area.
Yep.
And like the other growers in this part of the world had to deal with a lot of water.
Yeah, this year was a really, really wet year as far as precipitation and rain went. The last about 5 weeks, I really haven't irrigated at all, and as a result, wasn't able to push them as much as I'd wanted to with fertilizer and that. So, but yeah, we deal with it. Deal everything nature throws at us. That's part of the game.
And you have one other that you said rotted off the vine, but it's still viable.
I still have one really nice pumpkin left, and I'm saving that one for later. And then this one's looking really big and thick, so I'm hoping
it
this
is
one
looking
does well,
nice.
yeah.
It's very flat on the bottom, but looking nice. What are the estimates? What are you thinking?
I'm hoping just that it's over 1,700 pounds today. That'd be great.
1,700 would put you in the top 3, maybe.
Close, yeah.
Maybe the leader.
We'll see.
So let's go and see.
All
Head
right,
over
thanks.
to Dave and we
Appreciate
will weigh this pumpkin.
Some of the growers sandbag on you. Some of them are like, oh, it might be 1,700 pounds. You're in the green square closest to that first microphone. One last time before we weigh it, give it a nice stroke. Just touch it. Give it some love. Maybe kiss it. Yeah, there it is. Pick the dirtiest part, but whatever. All right. We have our leader, 1,777.5 pounds, Jim and Kelsey Bryson from Ormstown, Quebec. To get into the top 5, you're going to need 1523.5 or better. I think that one's pretty safe. I think you're there. It's a question of how far up the leaderboard. Is 1777.5 safe? Wow! We're gonna go to second on the leaderboard. 1,764 pounds. What did that tape again? 17.
It was taping just under 1,700. Yeah.
Wow, that was so close. And you are literally 13 pounds away from being this year's leader, but I think you like second spot. That's pretty good.
Close stuff, yeah. No, I'm happy. It's a great year.
Fantastic. Come on up and get your picture taken. John goes to second on the leaderboard. Number 2, with 1 grower to come, with 1 pumpkin and 1 squash to come. That's what we've got left. Live from Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, where we've got another one of our contestants for the Harvest Star Search competition.
Rockin' in the furrow.
Attaboy, John.
There's a warning sign on the road ahead. Returning stores and toilet paper. That styrofoam box to the ozone layer. The man of the people says, keep open loud. God view the bird, God love the bird. Keep on rocking in the free world. Keep on rocking in the free world. Keep on rocking in the free world. Keep on rocking in the free
I guarantee you everyone watching the broadcast today was air guitaring to that. I guarantee it. Air guitaring, air drumming, you were air something to that. So we come down to our final grower of the day today, final pumpkin, final squash, and wouldn't you know it, it's one of the guys that traveled the furthest to get to Pumpkinfest one more time. Robin B. Gentle, he came a long way.
Well, back, he has been part of Pumpkinfest for
probably going back off and on, maybe 15 years.
Yeah. It is a long way to come. Why Pumpkinfest?
I love the atmosphere here, and we make it a weekend of it. It's a great weekend fall getaway. This place goes crazy, and we're doing the best we can with all the COVID stuff, but it's a great place to come and have a good weekend.
Well, we are glad you come back every year. It's always great to see you. And I got to say, from the early hours of the morning this morning when you pulled in, everybody was staring at what you had in the truck and the trailer, because they are a very good looking squash and pumpkin.
Yeah, they are. The pumpkin's very orange, and it's a beautiful shaped squash, and I'm really excited to show them.
Well, obviously everybody is of the same opinion. It makes it for a long day for you. You got to sit and wait.
I don't mind.
Yeah, that's right, because that means that everybody's thinking that they're going to be right up there on the top of the leaderboard again.
Wow.
Beautiful squash. It is an absolute squash. It's all green. And then the pumpkin to come. Guesses? What do you think of the squash?
For weight?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably between 11 and 12.
Okay, and the
somewhere
pumpkin?
in that area, just over 17. So it's in the game, but we'll see.
That would put them at the top.
A little bit heavy. Scales have to be friendly.
Good luck. Thank you ever so much for coming. We always love seeing you.
My pleasure.
Head on over to Dave.
You know, this is not easy on the ticker of the announcers either. Come on over, Todd. If I can get you to go into the green box.
Green box.
Oh, yep, and close to that first microphone. So the first item we're going to bring up is your squash. Let's go to that leaderboard so we can figure out where we're going to end up here. But I think we've got our leader in the squash category. So John Butler right now at 1,069.5. If what you think is what we've got, then you've got yourself the title of squash champion. And indeed, we got a new squash leader. And since that's the last one we're gonna weigh, your champion at 1,126 pounds, Todd Klein. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now that makes the trip worth it.
Absolutely, yes. Because it's a pretty squash and it's a pure squash. There's no pumpkin genetics in it.
So that's fantastic, and that means you're going to be using that seed.
Oh yeah.
And that means that seed's going to be pretty popular on the market too.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. Yes. And
but you know what would make today better?
What's that?
Your pumpkin.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see.
You get a picture taken with your squash first. That is our brand new squash leader. It's going to take us a minute or two to get his squash back, get that pumpkin out here. We don't want you to go anywhere, but I think, do we have one more Harvest Star Search? We do. We've got one more Harvest Star Search competition contestant to show you. That should give us time to get Todd Klein's champion squash back to his trailer and get that pumpkin loaded up. Don't go anywhere. We may have our first ever 2,000-pound pumpkin weighed at Pumpkinfest coming up in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds from right now. Well, that was all of our competitors for the Harvest Star Search competition. Thanks to each and every one of them for doing that. Thanks to the bands for getting involved in recording stuff ahead of time. It's like the happiest part of the broadcast, but almost the saddest part of the broadcast as we get down to what is going to be our final pumpkin weighed this year at Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. Will we have a new leader. Will Jim and Kelsey Bryson take home the championship? It was 1 year ago, though. This was our largest pumpkin. So this is kind of a team effort. You guys stay over there so we social distance. Chris, you're with your team. Good to see you. Right in there with them. That's Chris Lyons. So we think this might be our 1,900 pounder today. Let's see. Nice and careful, make sure we don't hurt the stem. Treat this one with love. This is a one-bedroom condo in downtown Toronto. Get there. 1939 and a half. That would be the largest pumpkin ever at Pumpkinfest, right? Congratulations, 1939 and a half. It's the biggest ever for Pumpkinfest. Literally, the three of you can get your picture taken and we won't even know you're in it. $19.39 and a half last year. That was the biggest pumpkin in the history of Pumpkinfest, maybe until now. And I'm going to tell you a good indicator of this. Todd Klein hasn't left the side of that pumpkin yet. Now first, before we put it on there, your friend is the current, friends are the current leaders, and that being Jim and Kelsey Bryson from Ormstown at 1777 and a half. Thoughts? I mean, in order to win this, you got to beat your friend.
Yeah, I got to be heavy to the scale, so, but yeah, it's possible.
You'd be okay with that?
I'd be totally fine with that. Yeah.
All right. This is the biggest crowd we've had all day. Everybody, nobody's going to the bathroom. Nobody's eating. All right. I'm nervous. Here, you know what? I think we should do that. Here we go. 1777 and a half is our current leader. Are you guys ready? Three. Oh, you're going to show them ahead of time. And there it is. Wow, it weighs light. I'll tell you what, give Todd a great round of applause for being an unbelievable sport. And congratulations to this year's champions, Jim and Kelsey Bryson of Ormstown, Quebec, 1777 and a half. And our squash champion, congratulations, Todd Klein. Give everybody, give yourselves a great round of applause. Oh, it's the pretty ones go light. This is a pretty pumpkin. Let me bring my guest host back in here. I know, well, the camera doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, yeah, I think they disagree with you.
Listen, we want to, let's move up here and give them a chance to clean up. We get a chance right now to say thank you to a lot of people who sponsor the event. We have great crowds outside today. By the way, the Midway is going to continue to 6 o'clock.
And open again from 11 till 4.
Okay, tomorrow. And remember that here on the site of Pumpkinfest, it's just simply by donation. Whatever you feel like you want to do, you can do to get into Pumpkinfest. Bring your family, have some fun. We want to thank all of our sponsors. So our gold sponsors being Bruce Power, Bruce Telecom, Enbridge, OPG, Ontario Power Generation. Thanks to Sunbelt Rentals, thanks to the province of Ontario. thanks to Saugeen Shores, and we've had the mayor working here all day. Thanks to
Vanderwerfs, yep.
We also want to thank our giant sponsors, BrokerLink, Giant Tiger, Highbury Farm, Huron Tractor, NWMO, OLG, SNC Lavalin, also Shankar Law, Super 8, and Cahill. You can check all of these sponsors out too on the Pumpkinfest website at pumpkinfest.org.
Bushel sponsors, Bayshore Broadcasting, Blue Waters Sanitation, Carson Supply, Dunblane and Turner Limited, Fritz's Van Value Mart, Gourds Imprints, and the Nuclear Innovation Institute. I feel bad saying the media sponsors.
Yeah, I'll do the media sponsors. It's not fair for her because all she's going to say is 97.9 The Bruce, and she won't say anything else. 101.7 The One, thanks to the Dock, 92.3, now known as
The Bounce.
The Bounce. Bruce Telecom, Classic Rock 94.5, Country 93, Saugeen Shores Hub, Saugeen Times, Shoreline Beacon, and CKNX Radio AM 920. And of course, a big thanks again to OLG and to CTRE, the guys who have been, and girls who have been working behind the scenes for the broadcast, helping us with the cameras, helping us with the audio.
And have been hilarious to listen to in our ears. They are as awed by some of them who have not been here before. It's been fun.
Yeah, you should be really thankful. You can't hear some of the things that we can hear.
Our sponsor, or our volunteers, of course, couldn't do it without them, and the committee, who have spent many a sleepless night wondering how they were going to pull this off, but they did, and halfway done. Tomorrow the way off is done, and the growers can't do it without them.
I hope we didn't miss anybody.
I hope not. If so, and the crowd. I mean, it was so glad. It's so great to have you back in Pumpkinfest Village, taking advantage of all the fun that is going on. The weatherman was wonderful to us today. Just everybody who has anything to do with this, thank you so much for all the time and effort that you put into it.
Thanks for watching at home. Thanks for watching in the parking lot. Wherever you are in the world, come visit us. We have more than a few rooms available in hotels. We have a lot of cottages. We have a lot of cabins. We have a great summer season. We have a great winter season. If you haven't come to visit us before, you better make sure you get here. And
what's stopping you?
You know what? Why not make Pumpkinfest next year a part of your plans for summer travel? Because
always the weekend before Thanksgiving.
There you go. So make sure that you come and join us. On behalf of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest and Robin Woods, I'm Dave Middleton. It was great to have you again here for another year. Thanks to you guys. Do we want to run our sponsor one more time? Do we want to show people, and a big thanks to OLG and Bruce Telecom? That's going to be up to you guys as we head out. Let's run that, but that'll be the end of today's broadcast. On behalf of everyone who's a part of this, thank you very much. I have a funny feeling we'll be back here in 2022 for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest.
I'm looking for you.
Hey, it's the team at Bruce Telecom, and we're so happy to once again be a gold sponsor for this year's Pumpkinfest.
Thanks to all the participants of the Bruce Telecom Harvest Star Search. We look forward to seeing all the performances each year.
And thank you so much to the Pumpkinfest committee and all the volunteers that made this happen.